Good evening, everybody. We will call this November meeting of the Planning Commission to order at 6:01 p.m. Thank you, everybody, for being here. If I would just like to ask the clerk to take the roll. No worries.
Testing. Perfect. Commissioner Bauer,
Here.
Commissioner Moses,
Here.
Commissioner McKeerling,
Here.
Commissioner Rackison,
Here.
Commissioner Wissman, absent. Vice Mayor Cater Thompson, absent. Chair Hooper,
Here.
we have a quorum.
Excellent. And with that, we will move straight into general public comment. During this general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the Planning Commission's subject jurisdiction and that are not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited to up to 3 minutes per person, depending on the number of persons wishing to address the Planning Commission. Time will be allocated in equal shares, totaling no more than 15 minutes. If you would like to make public comment, please bring your speaker card to the clerk's desk. Is anyone here to? Oh, you may. Just please make sure to give him your card once you're done.
I press a button here or something? I guess I can hear myself already. Okay, it's Dwayne Bellinger here. And basically, reading over tonight's agenda, I basically want to thank you for all putting your efforts in to try to bring our regulations here at Petaluma into conformity with what's coming out of what I consider the shills of Sacramento. The first thing that any group of people interested in climate and making this planet livable for our grandchildren do would be to end the subsidies to automobiles, the 2,000 federal, the 600 local. But, writing rules for designing the city so as to encourage that kind of, to encourage a car, a walking bicycle favorable society would be what you're here for, I hope, but most of you are dedicated to that. And I want to congratulate you for being here. I would mention that reading it, and hopefully I missed it, I don't see anything that's likely to produce the pedestrian-oriented community, a transit-oriented community around the station that we just broke ground for within the last 2 weeks. I don't see anything in here that would result in there being the developers for the property just north of there, within the half mile that the state has asked us to plan for. I don't see anything that addresses making that into a zero-car suburbia. Bicycles walking only right there around the north end of the station. And I don't see it, so I didn't figure I'd properly address it in the planning session, being it doesn't seem to be addressed at all in the agenda. Anyway, hopefully I'm wrong and that actually there's going to be discussion of that, but I did want to bring that up at the start of the meeting, that I'm thinking about how we can best design our city there around the rail station so that people can live without cars. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that lovely public comment. Since I don't see anyone else here to give public comment, we will close general public comment. Right now we'll move to presentations. There are no presentations during today's meeting, which I know is a shocker for everyone. I will close this agenda item since there was no agenda item. And now I'll move on to approval of the minutes. We have approval of minutes from our notorious October 10th meeting. Do I have a motion for approval?
I'll move to approve the minutes.
Second.
I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
Commissioner Bauer,
Yes.
Commissioner Moses,
Abstain. I wasn't there for that one.
Commissioner McKeerling,
Yes.
Commissioner Rackison,
Yes.
Commissioner Wissman, absent. Vice Mayor Cater Thompson, absent. Chair Hooper,
Yes.
the vote is passed.
Thank you very much. And now we will move to our public hearing and matters of consideration. And just as a brief point, which might help explain or help provide an answer for the public comment that we received earlier. I know we typically don't respond, but the primary subject for tonight's meeting, it's going to be a working meeting of sorts. It's a workshop. We're talking about our proposed objective design standards. We are not only hearing a lovely presentation from the city as to the draft that we've received currently that's gone through, I believe, both PBAC and Tree Committee, but also we are giving direct feedback that staff is going to kind of help guide us through that they need as they're still developing this draft out for council. And their objective design standards, just to re-summarize, really focuses on those instances where a project is not going to go through standard discretionary review. Normally, I would not respond in this much detail, but since we only have a few folks in the audience, I felt like it's worth noting, and we can have a little extra customer service tonight. So with that in mind, I will now read what I'm supposed to read about this item. Item 2, study session, recommendation to the City of Petaluma Planning Commission to receive an informational presentation by Planning Division staff and conduct a study session to solicit input and provide non-binding comments on the draft objective design standards for qualifying residential projects. The requested study session is a discussion item only. No action will be taken and no CEQA finding is required to be made at this time. I wanted to, this item is not a public hearing and does not require any of the commissioners to disclose any ex parte communications. Before we get started, I did want to just give the commissioners idea of the structure for tonight. We are going to hear the presentation from Heather Gerwitz, our senior planner. We are going to have a brief period of we'll have direct questions following that. We will then do public comment, and then following public comment, Heather is going to help us go through point by point. There's about 5 or 6 areas where staff is really asking for our direct feedback as they're developing this draft. So with that, I would call, yes, Roger.
A question, so that as we go through the document, we are not going to ask questions on a subject by subject basis?
We're going to do overall questions following the presentation. So if you want, you can do the line item of your questions then, or if during the discussion you want to save it for the topic by topic, that's fine too.
I just wondered that we're all going to be looking at the same, so it might be better for all of us to comment as we go through it versus trying to summarize at the end. Because it addresses issues in a certain sequence that would be helpful for the author.
Right.
So our comments as we go through it would be more, I think, productive than waiting for some summary. I have to go back through it again.
Oh, right. No, this wasn't waiting for a summary so much as just getting folks to get back after hearing, because theoretically we want to do the whole presentation to get the whole image of what is being presented for both us and the public watching. Then after that, we're going to want to do questions, but also this is discussions, not a night where we're voting. So because staff need clear feedback, they need it broken up by the subjects that they've requested.
As we go through it.
As we go through it, yeah. So, and just on that note, I will then clarify, if following the presentation, you can do general questions, especially like direct feedback questions where you want clarification. We can do public comment. And then as we go subject by subject, then that's appropriate time if you have questions that correlate, or if it's just discussion, that's fine. But we'll do a bit of both for each item. So that's a great point, Roger. With that, I would ask our senior planner, Heather, to kick us off.
Thank you very much, Chair Hooper. Good evening, Planning Commissioners. Thank you for having us tonight to discuss the draft objective design standards. As noted, this is a study session, and our intention is to bring these back with modifications as needed for adoption of a recommendation to council on December 12th. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and get started. As a reminder, the objective design standards are in response to some state laws that have come out in recent years, most notably SB 330 and SB 35, both of which limit the city's ability to review projects to specifically using objective standards. It does not remove any existing standards. It doesn't change existing standards. What it does is add to those standards to supplement what is typically done through discretionary processes. So just so that tonight we are all speaking the same language, I just want to go over these key terms. So ministerial review means compliance with objective standards. If you think about something like your typical building permit, there's very specific objective numbers in there. There's measurements that have to be met. There's sizes that have to be met, and it's all objective. Whereas discretionary review uses subjective interpretation. So if you think about conditional use permits or specifically SPAR, those are discretionary processes. Objective review means that it's limited to review by objective standards. So it has to be something that is clear and identifiable, and there's no subjectivity involved. I'm also going to use the phrase qualifying residential projects quite a bit, and that's because not all projects will qualify to go through an objective process. It's only if they meet certain requirements, and typically at this point it relates specifically to the amount of affordable housing involved in a project that would make it eligible. So again, the context is that these objective design standards are not a standalone thing. They would be incorporated into the implementing zoning ordinance. And again, they build on the existing framework that all projects are subject to. So the California Building Code, CalGreen, other state regulations that may apply. In our municipal code, there's a building code, fire code, stormwater regulations, water conservation, all of those apply to development projects and would continue to apply as long as they're objective standards. The same thing with what's in our zoning ordinance. We have objective standards in there for development, but there's gaps. And those gaps in the past have typically been filled through the SPAR process through discretionary review. So, this is not a comprehensive process. Again, we're doing something specific and focused. There's a lot of long-range planning activities that are happening. Specifically, a huge general plan update is in process. And so I know you're excited to get into sort of the bigger issues, and that's definitely happening through the general plan update. There's also an update to the parking ordinance that's planned. There's a new tree ordinance that's being prepared. There's also updates to the building reach code. There's an active transportation plan in process, and recently we just released a climate action plan that's also being prepared. So these are all greater planning efforts. And again, as those move forward, objective design standards are a living document that will change and update as city policy as a whole updates. So as the areas that lead the policy and those documents apply, that's how that will drive changes to objective design standards. And as what's not on here, that is also a future effort that was recently brought up. There's actually a plan, there will be a specific plan for the Corona Road station. And I know there was funding from ABAG to do that, but that's also a long-term project. So that is coming down the pipeline at some point. But again, that's not what this effort is. So, okay. So again, we're filling gaps here. The key things is that we're looking at making sure that when there's standards for public that it makes sense with the connectivity with the private property. Again, filling gaps, avoiding duplication that could lead to inconsistency or contradictory regulations. And also trying to avoid excessive burden on affordable housing. So that's something that we really took into consideration as well. Again, a bit more about planning, what everybody in this room is accustomed, or not maybe not everybody, but everybody on the dais is accustomed to, is that discretionary planning entitlement review process. So if it complies with the standards, if you make the discretionary findings, you get the planning entitlement. And then once that's received, then you go through the building department and the fire department and the public works department, and then you get to actually break ground and build. So you've probably seen these before as well. These are the discretionary findings of SPAR. I apologize if they're a little small. I tried to shrink them down. But again, it's very subjective. It's, is it harmonious, the proportion of things? Is it appropriate? These are all, again, discretionary words that have been used to guide design. In the new framework that we're working with, where again a project can come in and they can show us things and say, hey, you might like this, but again, without objective standards, the city doesn't have any means to bind a project to those standards, to any design requirements. So in the objective process, if they comply with, they can check the boxes, then they move on to building review, fire review, public works, then they get their permit and they can go to construct. Now, you may be asking, what happens if they don't meet the standards? So in that scenario, if for some reason they did not comply with objective design standards, they would have to either revise their plans to comply, or they could resubmit for discretionary review. So they do have that option. It's not the ideal of where you want to be doing, and it would be creating standards, forcing them that way would be very contradictory to the purpose of the state legislation. So we want to make them achievable, and that's key. Okay. So objective design standards, again, there was a planning commission hearing in April 2021 where the 5 goals were established, places that reflect the Petaluma community, emphasizing a pedestrian-oriented environment, supporting residents and workers' activities across age, ability, culture, race, gender, and income, so equity goal, multimodal transportation connections, and supporting sustainable building practices and site design approaches. And again, the purpose is to make sure that, again, it's achievable, implementable, and feasible, and that it's achieving satisfactory quality of design, and that they're appropriate for the intended use, and that they're in harmony with other developments. So that's what we're trying to achieve here. If we look at what the existing regulations are and the 5 goals, I broke it down this way so you could kind of see like our goals, again, the character, the human scale, equity, bike and pedestrian support, and sustainability, all these different things that exist in our code, all these documents, the general plan, zoning ordinance, they all contribute to that. They all have objective standards in there that support those goals. Objective design standards adds to that. And it's broken down into site design and building design. And again, they're not necessarily comprehensive sections because they're filling gaps that are not in the code. So we're trying to add to that. And we have, when we look at how we address the 5 goals with objective design standards, our building orientation, the circulation and the access, our parking requirements, fencing, screening, landscaping, all these things are about character. a lot of them meet multiple goals. So, when you look at how everything is put together, we're trying to be holistic about that. And, okay. So, anytime you're doing policy, there's sticking points, and there are some things that we have already identified that are going to be important topics of discussion. Vinyl is a big issue that has come up. There's concerns about, one, its aesthetic value, as well as the manufacturing process and the result of what comes through that as a material. So there's it was recommended as something to be prohibited. The affordable housing community has expressed concern that that is a very affordable material, and removing that from one of their tools would significantly increase the cost of construction. So that's something we're really going to look for direction from the Planning Commission on. Another thing that came up is window design. So we'll get into this a little bit more. I have a slide on this, but there's a recommendation for how windows should be placed, specifically on plaster or flat, smooth surface walls, that they should be inset and that there shouldn't be any trim beyond a sill. So that's another topic we're looking for feedback on. Trees are always exciting. Trees specifically in the public right-of-way, so when you talk about street trees, that falls under the Public Works street tree standards because it's part of the public infrastructure. So it's under the city's standards for development, and we are not updating those through this process. There's definitely recognition from the tree committee and PBAC that those need to be updated, but they're not updated through objective design standards. And trying to do that through this process would potentially result in conflicts in the future and would be very messy. So we're not doing that here. But trees, the tree standards we have came out of SPAR and are intended to apply to what's on private property, not on the public right-of-way. Bike parking is also a area that has had a lot of discussion. We've had a lot of people express that there's concern that the way that parking is set up in the standards, that it may be problematic. And I'm going to reserve my talk about what's in bike parking till we get there. And then the other issue that came up, that there was concern about integrated pest management, that could be too nebulous for some of the projects, but I left it into the standards because it's really important for reducing chemical usage, and that's something important. So, okay, so walking through these, starting with site design, the building orientation is the first thing that you come to, and the section is really about trying to orient toward the public street, toward the primary frontage, making sure there's an entrance, and having at least one ground floor activating strategy on that frontage so that it's encouraging people to use the street. So that is one of the first things in there. And then we move into circulation. So looking at the pedestrian and bicycle networks internally, so making sure that if there are multiple buildings, that people have a means to access the public sidewalk without having to walk across driveways or parking lot where there's no place for them to go. And also providing ample crosswalks so that they can safely move within the development. And the other thing that we added in here as well is loading and unloading. So recognizing that particularly if you have age-restricted developments, and also just any development now, there's a lot of home deliveries and services where people are receiving things. So there's a need for a loading zone that provides access. So those are some of the key things that you'll see in the circulation element. And when we get into, and let me just flip pages here. Okay. So parking standards. And I know there were a couple questions here, so I expect we'll have some discussion about location of parking. So the idea is to not have parking be the primary thing that people are constantly seeing with the building in the back, with parking in the front. So we do have the requirement to put parking in the back of the building. So it's not between the building and the primary frontage. Additionally, there's required landscaping in here as well. And so instead of having what is in SPAR based on recommendations that came from stakeholders, we did revise this. So instead of you must have a landscaping strip one every 6 spaces, we said you have to have 100 square feet of landscaping, and how it's distributed is okay as long as it's not smaller than that, as long as you're not chunking it up into little pieces. And so it does allow for a different landscape design that could potentially provide more green space and more useful green space. And we also revised, instead of saying you must have 1 tree for every 100 square feet, we got a lot of feedback at PBAC and Tree Committee that they would like it to be more about shading. So we revised so that the requirement is for 50% shading at maturity, and public comment from Bill Reinhardt provided some useful recommended language that I'll include into an update there to clarify where the size of the canopy comes from. So there's that. And as well as parking lot shading, the option is there to replace 50%, up to 50% of the tree shading required with solar panels, a solar panel carport. And I know there are some questions about that as well that we can further discuss. That is, for lack of a better word, a subjective number that came out, so you can tell me if you'd like to pick a different number or percentage. So we're happy to have that feedback. Okay, so bicycle parking. So these standards, what happened is because we're working on sort of this comprehensive active transportation plan that's going to be part of the general plan as well. Prior to my actually getting onto the project, our team reached out to Public Works and Bjorn Griebenberg, and he and Matt Goyne from Ferrum Piers worked on this section and actually put together the standards. And then that's kind of, I didn't really do much to them. I did a little text editing, but that's where they were at. We've had a lot of concern from individuals about the style of bike rack because there's so much space required for each bicycle parking space. And I think the important thing to note is that the idea of these spaces is to make sure there's sufficient room for people of all abilities to access their bike, and also recognizing that e-bikes are a critical form of transportation, particularly for people who may not be able to afford a vehicle, and that we want to encourage people to use e-bikes instead of vehicles. And that requires that you have bike parking that will support an e-bike. So having them have to be lifted up, e-bikes are frequently very heavy, and so that might not be something accessible for all people to use. And that was another piece that came into that discussion. So I'm happy to discuss these with you, but I think what my understanding is, this is the direction that city policy is going. And while we're not trying to move policy forward with objective design standards, because this is housing that's mostly for low-income people, we need to make sure we're also providing access to affordable transportation options. So that is why that's there. Okay, moving on to fencing. Now we're getting into the really fun stuff. I hope you guys are having a good time. Okay. All right, fencing. So there's no materials prohibition in the Petaluma Code, and it's chain link. Chain link is not an aesthetic material, neither is razor wire. And this is not a Petaluma picture, just for the record. This is actually from Oakland. And I saw it and I was like, oh, perfect. It's an example of what we don't want. So it's a really nice looking building that is clearly multifamily housing. And then there's this chain link fence. It's like, so there is a prohibition there. Additionally, the idea between the fencing standards is to prevent long blank wall surfaces that have no aesthetic value. And so the means of achieving that were to create some standards around requiring some variation in the surface. I want to point out it's really important to think about the landscaping as part of the fencing. I've been going back and forth on this. Right now, one of the options is to do a landscape screen. But as you can see from a lot of the pictures, that sometimes that landscape screen that's supposed to be there is not. And sometimes it's because it simply isn't maintained. Sometimes the irrigation is insufficient. Plants die off. The wrong plants are planted. Or it could be, in some cases, that there's pests that have infested the landscaping and it's been removed to remove the pests. So I think I'd like some feedback on whether landscaping is sufficient on its own or whether we want to consider an aesthetic beyond that, such as, wooden fence with some variation or whatever that might be. So screening. Again, there's some discussion of like when screening is required, but there's no specific standard for it. So we have included the requirement to screen both rooftop and ground level equipment. And these specifics I actually found in another code, but to be honest, I can't remember off the top of my head which one. So that's how I came up with the specific locations of those. So it's screening. Okay, landscaping. It's really important to remember when we talk about landscaping that there's a lot of underlying regulation involved. So the Water Efficient Landscaping Ordinance, which is in the municipal code, has a lot of requirements that are already in there about how you can use landscaping. So for example, the 10% can only be gravel requirement is actually in the city's WELO already. So that it's important to note that. And then stormwater regulations also are really important in this topic because there's requirements for on-site infiltration, so pervious surfaces where the stormwater will go in as opposed to running off into storm drains and eventually into the river. So these are existing things that are going to set requirements about what needs to be there. And then also in the land use tables, table number in chapter 4 of the land use tables in the implementing zoning ordinance, there are open space requirements about how much open space has to be on each lot. So those are sort of the underlying context. So what we did from there is we said, all right, this is the underlying context. What do we need to include? And some of those standards that we included was one, this discussion of not of limiting what kind of plants are allowable. So in some areas, we specifically said, must be a native plant as designated by California Native Plant Society on their CalScape website. And we've actually had pushback on that. And then we've had other public comments that are like, no, you should put that on all project landscaping everywhere. So again, feedback on the native plants would be wonderful as we're moving forward. And then the other thing is placement, so location. And this was something that there was a little bit of discussion about as to whether there should be planting required in the front setback. And planting on the front setback provides that softening of the building front to kind of create a natural buffer that, as you're looking at the buildings, it creates some space. And we limited it to 50%, the idea being that, you might have to put other things in the setback, such as an ADA ramp, which is illustrated here. So maybe not exactly to scale, but there it is. And then we talk about trees. So one of the things we pulled over from the SPAR checklist was the requirement of 1 tree for every 500 square feet of open space. And then also requirements for those trees if they're adjacent to the pavement to try and protect the longevity of the pavement, and also to ensure that if they are planted near a power line, that they're not going to interfere with the power lines by planting a tree that's shorter. And these are just a few examples of what can happen if, you have the conflict. But again, feedback on that will be very welcome. And then common usable open space. So in the land use tables, it recommends that a certain percentage, or I think it's actually this amount of 25 square feet per unit, be used for common, but it's only encouraged. So we codified that in ODS to say that you shall have at least 25 square feet of common usable open space per unit, and that it must have a minimum of 10 feet by 10 feet. Now, if you are only 3 units and you happen to fall under this, which is really questionable if you would or wouldn't, but then yeah, you'd have to put in an extra 25 square feet of open space to meet that criteria. So you might be out 25 square feet. Okay. So let's see. All right, moving through. Make sure I've got all these key things. Okay. And another topic, actually, I don't have a slide for it before we get to lighting, is the question of artificial turf. So one of the things that is in the code right now would be a prohibition of artificial turf except for sports fields. And again, I've had some people say, no, it should prohibit all artificial turf regardless. And I've had some people say, don't prohibit it at all, and back and forth. So again, that would be an area we'd like to have some feedback on. And here we go. Okay. So, okay, lighting. Okay. Here we go. So location, where lighting's required, because we don't have any of those in the code. And then lighting has changed a lot in the last 10 years. You may have noticed that LEDs have pretty much revolutionized how we do lighting. And so it's really important to think about the brightness and the height, as well as the color temperature. So this does consider all 3 of those and provide objective standards. And so that's what's in here, is intended to ensure good lighting. And then, so parcels fronting the Petaluma rivers and creeks, there is a river enhancement and access plan, and most of it is a should. So we did add some standards in that are really around making sure that there is public access to the river, and that if riverfront properties are developed, that pathways along that property are also developed, and that access to those pathways are developed if they're not contiguous with other pathways. So that's what's in there. And that, what applies to that are the parcels where, if they are identified on this general plan map that we're showing, which is the proposed and existing bicycle facilities, which will be updated in the next plan. So if there's a proposed pathway, then they would need to build that pathway. If a pathway is not proposed, it wouldn't be required. And the classes are actually on the map as well. So the idea is you have to implement the map. And, okay. Okay. And now the fun stuff. And we are on to building design, section E. And this is kind of where there was very little guidance. We don't have design guidelines. So a lot of municipalities will have design guidelines, and we didn't have those to be able to like, okay, we'll just take the design guidelines and codify them. So we had some initial ones that we worked on, and we got response from members of the design community and stakeholders that they were not functional. So we said, okay, well, let's figure something out. And they provided some feedback, and that's where we're at now, is this new version. And essentially, it's a choose your own adventure here. We want to allow flexibility. We want to allow creativity, but we also want to ensure that design is happening. So essentially, it's on the primary frontage or the primary facade, there needs to be a change of plane representing 30% of the surface. So if you have a 100-foot wide building that's 100 feet tall, which you probably wouldn't have here, but you have 1,000 square feet, then 300 square feet of that wall would have to be projecting or set back as you see in the photographs. And, or not projecting necessarily, but there's 7 different ways that you can achieve that. And there has to be a combination of 3. So again, it's choose your own adventure. 6, and you choose 3. No, sorry, you don't have to choose 3. You just have to do 30%. Sorry. Okay. All right, so one means is through projecting or recessed balconies. So as you can see, projecting recessed balconies. Another option would be to, again, achieve that 30% is box or bay windows and ground floor courtyards. So is another option. So again, you have the front of the building, you have a setback and door. Step backs or projections is another option. And front porches can also be used. And a colonnade or covered walkway is another option. So these are different means of achieving. And again, you're trying to achieve 30%. Ignore what I said about the 3. My brain went back in time. Okay, so the street level transparency is another requirement. You'll hear people talk a lot about eyes on the street. And again, that's about creating that continuity between the public realm and the private realm and making sure that you're not just having these developments where you end up with the no man's land of the street. And so the idea is that 25% would need to be transparent. It doesn't necessarily need to be all the public section of the building, but 25% of the linear frontage has to be windows. Again, not to scale, but I hope this gives you kind of a chalkboard idea of what that would look like. And here we go, time to talk about windows. So again, this came up as the standard as recommended was that windows in stucco, whether cement, plaster, or EIFS, must be recessed a minimum of 2 inches and shall not be trimmed out other than having a projecting sill. And so you kind of see a few examples. I've been looking at a lot of examples of this and trying to kind of get a sense of like, what is the value here? And again, it's a stylistic thing. My concern is I have seen a lot of buildings that are trimmed out on plaster. And again, maybe it's subjective here, whether you like it or not. But again, I actually kind of like it, is my opinion. So it may not be considered the ideal for design, but it does have an additive value in my opinion. So I felt like I was uncomfortable with like saying you can't have any trim on a straight front, because I think that I don't know, I felt like it was a little too subjective there, but it can be added back in if that's something the commission would like to do. And then the other one that was left out is that if fiberglass windows are used, the color white is not allowed. And there's a lot of white framed windows, and if the commission decides to move forward with the prohibition on vinyl, so you're now telling them they can't use a less expensive material, and then you're saying it has to be a certain color. So I just didn't know how again, these can be added, happy to do that, but I had left them out. This is in there, window shading. So the idea is that you're providing shade that will reduce energy usage by reducing the sun coming in. I still would like to maybe tighten this one up a little bit in terms of the level of objectivity with it, because at this point, as written, it's all windows on the side, and a lot of time you see them, and maybe there's not one on every single window, or there's different means. So, but the idea of the window shading is to reduce the energy usage in the summer months when it's peak cooling season. Okay, entryways. So to emphasize the entryway, again, this is another choose your own adventure. This one is at least 3. See, I was just in the future, not the past. Okay. So there's 10 options on how you can emphasize that entryway, and this is just an example of how it might look. So you might choose the awning, a recessed entrance, and side lighting. That could also be a combination of arches and columns and a transom window. So the idea is you can combine them to create your design, but it has to be emphasized so that that main entrance has that attention on the front. And then there was a recommendation to add change in pavement to that. And so that's something that you may want to consider, whether a change in pavement could also be used as a strategy for that. Building corner treatments. So these are basically the idea is you're emphasizing a corner if they're on the public right-of-way. So if you're at 2 intersecting streets that you're either recessing or projecting, can be achieved through a number of means. So turrets, roof variation, a recess, change in building material. So again, it's choose your own adventure, and this time it's only one. You don't have to do multiple. So there's that one. And then occupied roofs. So occupied roofs are, and this is only if it's an occupied roof. We're not requiring an occupied roof. But if you're making a roof where people are going to be using it, particularly as open space, then rooftop planters are required. And I was really glad I got to visit my niece's multifamily apartment building in Berkeley, because she took me up to their roof and I was like, oh, okay, this is what this looks like. So I was really happy to have that example. And so that is pretty much the majority of what we have in here in terms of the objective standards. There's probably a few that I didn't have slides on. I know that I did not actually have a slide for the ground floor residential on arterial roads, and there's a question about that. So I just want to make sure I touch on that. Again, this is for, like, for example, if it's on Washington Street and you're going to have an entrance directly into a unit from something that's a busy arterial street, that you need to somehow separate it. And again, this is another choose your own adventure, one of the following. So there's 4 options. You can do the raised floor height. You could do a wall, you could do a landscape strip, or you could do a change in paving material. So again, there's options available. And so I think that's what I got in terms of walking you through what's in there. And I'm excited to discuss these things as we come back to it, among others. So.
Okay. Thank you very much for that thorough presentation. Before moving to public comment, I wanted to ask if any of the commissioners had any clarifying questions before we move into the subject by subject question and discussion period. Roger.
Is an architect involved in any of this illustrations or examples?
The illustrations or the development of the standards? So we had several architects who provided the feedback on the standards. And so they more or less provided us, like we provided them with where we were going, and they said they didn't think that they were achievable or feasible. So they basically rewrote them and gave us their ideas, and then we've kind of worked them in. So, and then as far as the illustrations, those were done by our team. So these lovely drawings.
I'm curious if you could speak a little bit more to the affordable housing participants in this process and what they had the most thoughts about.
So the developers. Developers were mostly concerned about like I said, the big thing that they were really concerned about was not being able to use vinyl. That came up, and I shared with them. I was like, well, it's hard because I know as a commission, and whenever you're crafting policy, the development community is going to come out and say, that's going to make it too expensive, we can't do it. So I said, well, I recommend that you bring some hard numbers and give them an idea of what you mean. It's important to keep in mind that as affordable housing projects, they will have the ability to use concessions and waivers as they qualify for them. So, I'm sorry, I got far away from my mic there. If for some reason there's something specific, if there's one or two things that make it difficult, then there's option that, they can use a concession or a waiver and theoretically not have to do that. The problem is if you have too many things and too many requirements that don't work for that site. So there is some flexibility for affordable housing. It's just that they may not, you don't want to have too many things, if that makes sense.
It does, thank you. I'm interested to know, and maybe this is a little too hypothetical, but as we sort of get into the implementation of this and the rubber meets the road, could there be challenges? Sort of like, how does that work? If we put forward an objective design standard set and then developers say, we can't make any housing with these standards, then what happens?
Well, I mean, in theory, so there's always challenges anytime you're doing development review. I mean, it's just the nature of planning. It's why we all love it, and it's so much fun. But the idea is to make standards that aren't going to do that, and it's one of the reasons we didn't go down the road of something like Milpitas, which was very long, very comprehensive, very prescriptive. And so our original draft had a lot more prescriptiveness to it, and so a lot of that has been what we think now is a set of standards again, our goal is that they should be implementable. And, the team that has, the planning team has looked at these. They review a lot of projects. There's not really anything crazy in here. But, I can't,
We'll still get some belly aching, I'm sure.
yeah.
but
Oh yeah,
helpful,
for sure.
yeah.
And yeah.
Darren?
Just a couple follow-up questions. First of all, thank you for the presentation. I loved having some illustrations. For the final version, do we plan on having some of these renderings in there? Just because reading the concept versus seeing the picture clarifies a lot.
They just weren't done in time to get them into the document yet. And also the final version, I didn't want to get them in there and then if numbers change or things change. So I was waiting to make sure we have our...
That makes sense. And then the other thing was in definitions. Obviously, we have open space in there a couple times. Did we ever talk about having a definition of open space that is more about priority open space or protected open space? And the only reason I bring that up is right now the way it's defined is pretty broad, and it can be like public utility easements and parks and I don't know, some different land use scenarios that I think we would have kind of a different tenor in how we treat it. Was there a thought about separating out open space by maybe some kind of designation, like whether it's in a land trust or identified on some register as like a protected open space, anything like that? Or is that too, I don't know.
I think that that's a valuable thing to do. What's going on in my brain is thinking, is this the right location for that? Or should that be done sort of through one of our other efforts that we're working on? Like, should that be through the general plan? Because I'm thinking about what's going in there. Luckily, I've been also looking at what's going through that process document-wise. So I'm thinking that that's something that's going to be well-defined through general plan development and then zoning code update.
And then that could roll into here just because when and I'll bring it up on our tree specific, but when we're talking about any park right of way, city owned, but then utility easement, like these aren't all the same. So thinking about how we can delineate which, like I said, I'll get to in trees, but the intention of some of these, I think, is when we're next to like a really nice, pristine open space that we want to protect, we're pulling within 50 feet of that area versus if we're next to a public utility easement, do we have that level of care? So just something to think about how we break apart kind of what I think the intention is on some of these when we talk about open space.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to follow my own rule and not dig into the topics that are going to get covered later. But I did have a process question, and then I did want to touch on something that you've got noted on page 11. Process-wise, because I've had a few people ask, okay, you know, with the general plan, you know you're going to get an update every 2 decades or so. With the IZO, you know that's coming with it, and then you have everything in between. Completely understanding your point about this being not restrictive for affordable housing, so less prescriptive, but kind of more forum to it, maybe less individual function. What would the cadence be theoretically for us to continue to update and iteratively, I can say that word, I swear, add to the standards we have in place now?
Well, and so basically what the point where things really change are as new policy that applies to all development gets adopted. And I think that as these state laws have now taken effect, as planners, we're definitely writing policy different and we're thinking about it in an objective manner. So, you know, in previous, you know, even non-housing related policy, you know, when like we're looking at shalls. If it's going in a code, it's got to be a shall, not a should. And that, you know, we're really trying to maintain that level of objectivity. So as general plan comes in, that's going to provide the policy guidance. Obviously, there's a few things that are moving forward first, like the tree preservation ordinance. And I think what would happen is potentially if, say, the tree preservation ordinance that's moves forward, and it turns out there's a different regulation that would conflict with this, but would provide the right policy direction that we're looking for, then likely what would need to happen is, you know, section A, you know, and Dylan, you can chime in if I'm totally off base here, but what you would want to do is say, okay, we want this to apply to the tree preservation to apply to affordable housing, not what's in the affordable housing ordinance right now. So we're going to repeal that, you know, whatever number that is. And then tree preservation is now covering that base. So ideally, that's what would happen. Ideally, in the future, you'd have, you know, your standards that would apply to all development that would cover these objective bases of what you want as baseline. So it would be an all-inclusive thing.
So as each piece continues to evolve in every other element of our city planning processes, this will be updated with that, either directly or through separate means. Okay.
Yeah.
But I guess, so I'll frame this a different way. I remember coming on the planning commission One of the most frustrating things was how many changes we were having to make on the fly with whether it was our general plan or our zoning map, in part because we were getting ready for another general plan. There's things we knew we wanted to do but weren't there yet, and we were constantly making amendments. But that is very different from, say, oh, we're going to have a proper ordinance change. So I guess my question is, will there be not just a gradual, but will there be, and is this standard operating procedure for a city, will there be a point 1 year, 2 years down the line where we do a overall check-in where we're looking at this again?
Yeah, well, and I think the idea, as I understand it, is that what I think we're expecting, so general plan, we're hoping will be complete and ready to, be adopted at the end of 2025.
Right.
So then you're talking about 2026, a comprehensive zoning ordinance update. And that would include this, that would be your big sweeping policy change where, everything finally gets the...
Right, so by 2026, this gets a refresh anyway,
Which sounds really far away, but
but it's not.
yeah, it's not. It's yeah. And there's a lot of work going on. It's just we're not there yet, but it is happening. So
And then this goes back to state law and what we can or can't do. If we find there's been a hole, like we pass this through, we recommend it to council approves it. I know the rate at which projects develop does not work this way, but in this hypothetical, if we start to see projects arise and there is something we realize we have all missed, do we get in trouble under, I'm guessing this would be 330, do we get in trouble if we start to respond to the projects that maybe things got approved that we wish we had put in objective standards ahead of time that we missed? If we respond almost immediately after that project with a change before the next one comes in, do we get penalized in any way with the state housing authority?
So Dylan may be better to
Yeah, I can help answer
one.
this one a little bit. So, I mean, SB 330, the project vests with the codes when they submit a complete preliminary application. So let's say the first project we get under this, we realize there's a hole. We could amend these hopefully pretty quickly to gap that hole before we get the second project.
Perfect.
Yeah, if that's what you're getting at there, Chair.
Perfect. Thank you. And then moving away from this, I have one more clarifying question. It has to do with, I saw defensible space standards. The recommendation was to keep it out for now, wait for the fire code to be updated. How out of date is our fire code? And when will the next update take place? Because I'm a little nervous about seeing that for example, the landscaping standards don't even talk about 5 feet distance.
Yeah. So this was one of those things that part of the reason it came out was because when we were doing this whole process, we're like, wait, there are defensible space standards in the fire code right now around, but it's specific to like the WUI, which is wildland urban interface areas. So it's limited where it applies to. And the more that we've talked with Jessica, the less black and white this has become. So like Heather Hines had a conversation with her because she's working on the tree ordinance. And, Heather brought up the issue that like, if we do this 10 feet thing, you're not gonna have any trees downtown. Jessica said, well, downtown's different. It was like, well, wait a minute. So we realized that this is not something that's easily achieved through ODS. And so our thought was just, like we're not requiring landscaping up against the building. So originally there were some things in there that were like, you have to provide some landscaping that's this feet wide between, the walkway and this. So those are not in there as requirements because there was concern that they might conflict. But we also did not include the defensible space, except we did leave it in one place, which, again, is something that might come out at your direction, which is that if we require the planting of trees between if there's existing single-family residence where a multifamily would be going in on the adjacent parcel, that there would be a 4-foot fence and one tree every 30 feet. But that the canopy of the tree would need to be a minimum of 10 feet from each structure so that it's not over anybody's house. So I did leave that in, but it could come out as well. It was one of those things where it was in there and it was out.
And Heather, I'll add to, so the whole building standards code, I think there's like 15, which includes the fire code. It's updated every 3 years. I think the next one will be in 2024. But Petaluma, through our building inspector, our chief building official, our fire marshal, they do local amendments to the fire code, the building code every year. That's where like our all electric ordinance, it was through local amendments of the building code. So we're pretty responsive to updating our codes, which could include objective standards, I would think, as well. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Are there any other questions before? Okay. With that, go ahead,
Just
Roger.
one question. This applies only to housing that qualifies for the bills. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
So it's all residential, and it's all a type of housing, type of site plan that is usually 20 units per acre or above, approximately. I think it's important to use those projects, those 20 units and above site plans as examples of what you're trying to do. Because a lot of these drawings look like one building with a street around it, and it has no relevance to the actual type of project you're going to get. So that's something that, throughout, it seems like we're referencing something that's made up. It's not a real site plan. It doesn't have the real problems that we're trying to solve. But we illustrate it this way because I don't know why, but you understand what I'm saying?
Well, I'm not, no, because we looked at a lot of affordable housing projects as we were working on these. So the reasons that these are here are because of looking at actual site plans. So I'm not clear what the question is.
Maybe when we get into the review of the illustrations, we can talk about that further.
Sure.
All right. Well, with that, we will move into public comment. The public is invited to comment on this item. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. If you haven't done so already, please fill out a speaker card and bring it to the clerk. I believe we have one public comment. I believe we have 2 public comments. This is great. Thank you for that clarification. Did we receive any comments prior to the meeting?
We received 3 public comments relating to this item, all 3 of which were posted online and is also available in the back for viewing.
Thank you. Feel free to go, Nicola.
It's a slightly different comment. Your presentation was great, and the amount of material there was fabulous. I read everything that was online. But as I was going through, my name is Nicola Fry, and I'm the chair of the Senior Advisory Committee. And as I went through, there was one section that mentioned ADA requirements. And then beyond that, nothing was mentioned about requirements for senior accessibility, ADA accessibility. There was one comment in one of the sections that had to do with making sure the trees are not disrupting the sidewalks. I'm not quite sure how you said that, but I do remember you talking about that. But is there any way in which the Senior Advisory Committee can input more than just my standing here for 3 minutes? And I know you can't really answer that.
No,
But
oh, he says fine. Yeah,
Go
so
ahead.
ADA requirements and the accessibility and the visitability is all in the building code.
Yes, I know
And so
that.
there is one reference in here because the building inspector specifically told me to add that line. And I was like, oh, it's all right, I'll just do it because he said so. But ADA, I mean, everything has to meet ADA. So it all has to meet visibility and accessibility. So that it's not just, it's just not what goes in objective design standards because it's in the building code.
Yeah, I'm really more talking about senior look and feel for things and usability by seniors, not necessarily ADA requirements, which are very specific. I'm just talking about that somehow the seniors in this town are kind of eliminated from the processes that are done like this for input. We just don't have an opportunity because a lot of times we don't know these things are coming up.
Yeah. So in addition to ADA, there's also visitability standards. So I don't know if have you looked at, and so you want, I mean, I'm happy to, I don't know how.
So just to clarify, part of why I said go ahead, it's not the correct procedure to let anybody have a back and forth. However, since one, we have a very small crowd tonight, and two, because I'm pretty sure one or three or all of us were going to then immediately ask that question at some point, felt like more efficient to let it be answered. It sounds like, though, that there right now is not a clear pathway per the question you're asking in terms of the ability for seniors to directly engage on this, and that's something for us to note going forward.
Okay.
I think that's a good way.
That answers it. Thank you.
And our next public comment.
Dwayne here again. Speaking of senior accessibility, I really worry about, well, I was down walking around the turning basin today, and the water level was up to within a foot or two of the area there. I get concerned with building houses for seniors near where the flooding will occur. And I don't know if that's proper to be considered in your planning. But that wasn't what I was going to say. I was going to say thank you very much for concern with all of these. And the fire danger is what would worry me, and the requirements for trees. And I would just ask that at least one step forward would be, is it proper for you to prohibit eucalyptus trees? It seemed like that fire down in Berkeley 20 years ago was all eucalyptus, and they are very flammable. And there'd be one question I'd ask your expert, and that is when they were building 10,000 two-car suburbia in Southern California, did they had anybody telling them that they needed objective standards? Or is that just picking on people who are attempting to do it right and build environmentally sensitive housing nowadays? Okay, anyway, that's somewhat obvious. The answer is obvious, but that would be my question: is did they have any people coming after them to tell them to build houses right when they were doing 10,000 two-car suburbias? Thank you. And thank you very much.
Thank you. And with that, I will close public comment on this item. And now we will move into our question/discussion portion for this meeting. The way we will be doing it, we've got, as provided by staff, a handful of topics to start with that they're asking for a direct feedback from. Heather is going to reintroduce them, and then we will go through and tackle questions and discussion at once. We will go topic by topic, and then at the end, we will do kind of the catch-all for everything else. The idea being that some meetings are about making clear statements before votes. This is a meeting of providing clear feedback for staff. So with that in mind, I will hand it off to Heather again to start us.
Okay, oh, there it is. Okay, I lost my Zoom for a second. Okay. Yes. Okay. All right. So I have everything written here in my list, but I think what might be helpful. Well, let's just start. Let's go down. So let's tackle the big things first. Vinyl facade materials and window materials. So that would be a really good place to start. We want to walk through that one. And did you need additional information, or you guys want to just provide feedback on that?
Well, how about this? We'll start here. Does anybody have questions about this particular subject before moving into discussion? Darren?
Question, as we looked at other municipalities, did we find something similar with vinyl, that it was prohibited?
I'm thinking, honestly, I don't remember specifically if anybody had. I feel like there was, but I can't remember specifically. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Thank you.
Roger?
Vinyl facade, I mean, vinyl clad windows or plastic windows? I'm not sure which you mean.
So it's the vinyl clad is what we're talking about. So as well as vinyl materials such as the siding is also included, rain gutters, those types of anything that's on the facade. So
My understanding, vinyl clad windows are very practical and durable and preferred, more so than wood windows or metal windows. So it seems like a good thing to have.
okay.
Jessica?
I apologize to continue to ask you to be a proxy for the people who were making these arguments, but I'm curious to hear what. I understand that there's some environmental concerns in the production of vinyl, and that there's some concerns about whether it's a high quality enough look in the end product. What other hangups were there around vinyl?
I think those were the main ones, just the environmental impacts of the production of vinyl and then the aesthetic. And I think in particular, especially like older vinyl, when you look at vinyl siding that's older and especially the lower grade, because there are different grades of vinyl, when it gets heated and cooled, it does sag. And so there's a lot of examples of less aesthetic vinyl. So I think that there's, that's part of it for sure. And then the environmental. I haven't heard other reasons beyond that, although, no, that's not true. The fire marshal did note that they are not good for fire resiliency. That's right. I almost forgot that one.
And I'll just add, I'm looking at the Milpitas ordinance that was included as an attachment, and it looks like vinyl is prohibited just for the siding material, as well with plywood, plastic, fiberglass, but nothing about windows.
Thanks for that, Dylan. And I think that's kind of where I would land on this, just to give my feedback. Roger kind of kicked us off, is no to vinyl siding. I think vinyl windows, in surveying a few architects who might have been part of this process, that was kind of the consensus I got from them as well. So
Going back to questions, because I hadn't finished that yet. How often have we found that vinyl falls apart? Like, is it uniformly falling apart after 30 years, or is there a
It's the average lifespan. It doesn't necessarily, it's like anything. If you look at the south side versus the north side of a house, you're going to have different levels of wear and tear based on sun exposure. So, but honestly, I'm not a building materials expert. Just full disclosure. So
No, that's fair.
yeah, I can't uniformly tell you.
And out of curiosity, for these other municipalities that still allow for it, was there anything they put in their code to plan for replacement, especially if these are lower income projects usually? No.
Not that I saw, no.
Okay.
Can I piggyback on that? Is it permissible in objective design standards to mandate some sort of longevity of I was seeing 10 to 30 years for vinyl windows? Can we say it has to have a projected durability of 20 plus years?
I don't see why we couldn't have a, that you have to use a material that has a projected lifespan. Again, it's projected. But, most building things, when you look at, and I've also spent a lot of time looking at building sites. Usually the manufacturers will say the expected lifespan is this. Now, granted, it's expected. That doesn't necessarily mean it's what it will be.
Is there an objective standard? I know like Energy Star could maybe be something to utilize, but is there sort of, in the way that we are pointing to native species as decided by this website, is there a sort of like universal materials grader?
I'm not aware of one. It doesn't mean there isn't one. It just means I don't know of it.
A question, wood windows have a life expectancy too, if they're not maintained. So I'm not sure what we're trying to achieve. It seems like no matter what the window is, it has to be maintained properly. Maybe that's what we should be saying more than, because, I mean, the quality of the window, the manufacture of the vinyl clad window, it's 100 years apart, depending, or $100 apart in terms of what brand you pick, what quality you pick. So just saying vinyl clad is out, it doesn't seem like it smart. But I think requiring a long-term durability maintenance of the window is important.
Also, just to wrap up what I'm guessing is the end of questions for this. I saw repeatedly in the staff report and also in comments that came up to us through email about how toxic it can be. And I don't want to brush that aside. Are there any serious health impacts related to using this facade material?
It's not that the window it's not like lead paint where if your kid licks it, they're going to get sick. It's the byproduct during the manufacturing. So what I understand from our climate advocates is that the byproduct is dioxin. And so that's the main reason to avoid the material because of the byproduct during the manufacturing. But, it's not lead paint where, you have to worry about chewing on it.
Well, I was just going to kind of say, anytime where we can reduce the amount of dioxins going into the environment, I think to me would be preferable. And I think, personally, I think these vinyl windows look pretty cheap, and when they do degrade, it looks pretty bad. And I just don't see how we're going to be like holding any developers to some standards that say when these look bad in 20 or 30 years, you have to do something about it. I just don't think that's really feasible or would work out in the end. So I think if we want to have objective design standards and say we expect these buildings to look a certain way and not to look cheaply built, then for me, I mean, leaving vinyl windows out of the mix would be my preference. But that's just me. So.
Okay, and moving into preferences, and I'll kick off, and then we'll keep going down the row. One, I completely agree on the dioxin issue. There's pretty much no excuse to be adding more of that. And the other thing, most people I have found, especially in the nonprofit housing world, really try to strive to not make housing that looks like it's affordable housing. The reason for that being is that most people who can't afford housing, especially here, are working full-time jobs and have full careers and are doing everything they can, and there's just so much stigma around that. I also agree that vinyl, frankly, looks about as cheap as it probably is. So I would also be in favor of keeping it removed as an option. Go ahead, Roger. Yeah, Jessica?
I would say that vinyl as a facade material, I'm comfortable excluding, but wish to allow for vinyl windows because I think it's a major driver for cost, and from a durability and ease of use standpoint, vinyl windows I think have a meaningful place in multifamily units. So my recommendation would be to keep excluded vinyl for our facade purposes, but allow vinyl windows. I'm open to considering from a environmental standpoint, maybe there's a trade-off to be made of if you're using vinyl windows, they have to be double paned, and then that gives us a little security on the energy usage. So there's like a little bit of a trade-off there. But yeah, that's no vinyl facade, yes, vinyl windows is my preference.
Yeah, and there are insulation requirements that come from the building code. So Cal Green does have requirements in there. So pretty much nobody's doing single pane anymore because you can't meet the R factor. So
Also, I think, aren't double pane windows required by the building code? Or so
I think
that's-
they are not. Yeah, that's the,
Okay, so not a useful trade-off, but my recommendation remains no vinyl facade, but yes, vinyl windows.
Okay. There are some very high-quality window manufacturers, Anderson and so on, that make vinyl-clad windows, and they stand by them. So it's, to me, it's the quality of the product you're installing more so than the label of vinyl. So I just think it's a restriction that doesn't need to be made.
and do you have an opinion on the siding? Vinyl siding?
Vinyl siding? No, not at all. Vinyl fencing? Not at all. Horrible. But vinyl-clad windows are made for a purpose, not to be cheap, but to be weatherproof.
And just to get clarification, when you're talking about the byproduct of dioxin that's produced making vinyl material, is this applying for both facade and the windows, or is that a different process for the windows?
I don't know.
All right.
Sorry.
I think it's both.
Okay. Yeah.
The reading I saw was like just PVC in general. The production of PVC has these byproducts that are problematic.
Yeah. Fair enough. Okay. Sorry. With
So-
that,
Oh, so just to clarify, it looks like then we have no vinyl, and then we have somewhere it's no vinyl siding, but vinyl windows are okay. Is that about right? Okay, so I guess we'll somewhat direction there. So,
we agree on no siding.
okay.
Just no siding,
siding.
outright. It's a bad thing, apparently.
Okay.
On the windows, we have some disagreement.
Okay.
But I heard a majority was in favor of keeping vinyl windows in.
3 out of 5, maybe that's safe to say.
Do we want to let's just do a straw poll so we actually know who wants to keep the vinyl windows?
Who wants to allow vinyl windows to be used?
Keep that in the code.
Vinyl-clad windows, not
Yes.
vinyl windows or not vinyl facade windows.
Vinyl clad.
Who would like to keep the vinyl clad? There we go. Okay. 3 out of 5.
Okay, that's what I got. All right. Moving on.
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk window design. Let me go back to my, my mouse is stuck on one screen. Okay, wait, hold on. I gotcha. Okay. All right. So again, the recommendations that came into us were, there we go. So windows in stucco, whether cement plaster or EIFS, must be recessed a minimum of 2 inches and shall not be trimmed out other than having a projecting sill. So
Can you just confirm this is not in the draft, right?
this is not in the draft.
Okay.
This was not included because, again, there are just a lot of examples of projects throughout Petaluma that I had seen. So really, when I was looking at design, a lot, like some of it was what other jurisdictions did, what we were hearing from our stakeholders, but also looking what had been approved over the years, what was considered, approvable in terms of aesthetic. And so there were a lot of buildings that had windows that did not comply with this standard. And the reasoning behind it, I didn't feel like it was strong enough where I wanted to put it in as something as a recommendation. It's not to say it's wrong. There's obviously, again, it was just very subjective, and I was uncomfortable with it as saying this is a firm standard, especially if we're starting to say, as we're looking at other things that are in there. Yeah.
I like your instincts, and I do have one more question though. Is these photos are showing us reflecting usage of that standard or not reflecting?
Both.
Both.
So, and actually it's kind of funny because, okay, wait, let me get my mouse. Here we go. Okay. So this one on what is my left, I don't know if it's on your left, computer left. So that one does not appear to have the 2-inch inset. And then you've got the one on the opposite side does have the inset. And then the one in the middle has both. So that little tiny long window has it, and then the other one next to it does not. So you have kind of a combination going on to see. This has been on my radar since it was suggested, and I happen to be traveling a little bit in some cities where there were a lot of multifamily projects. So I've been doing like a lot of like trying to figure this one out. And again, I'm not an architect. That's not my expertise. So for most of it, I deferred to the architects, but this one I just saw so many examples where it didn't conform, where I felt like, I don't know if this is the right thing to do.
Okay, well, I agree with you, Heather, that I don't know where this not be trimmed out kind of came from. I'm just curious because, these all are examples of windows that are not trimmed out, right? And to me, this style is what I would want to avoid. I like the trim. I think it adds articulation and depth and interest to the buildings. I would say this is not what I would prefer. I would prefer them to be recessed and trimmed out.
Yeah, and we can do any combination. We could also require recessed windows and then just leave off the part about them being trimmed out and just be silent on whether they can be trimmed out or not, but to require that those windows are recessed.
With the.
Oh, wait. Darren is
Excuse me.
going to go next, and then we'll get to you, Roger.
Well, just piggybacking on Heidi's question, was this a topic that had like a strong consensus in the architects? Was it kind of one person putting this forward, or how strong was this recommendation to go trimless with the windows there?
Well, so this one wasn't one that we discussed verbally. It came from an email when I was confirming with them that like, this is what I have from you guys. And they responded and said that you should require this. And I said, well, we can't do shoulds in here. It's black or white. It's shall or not at all. And so they said, okay, leave it in as a shall. And so that's the other thing where I was kind of like, well, when I asked about reasoning, I think the idea about the trimming is that if it's not good trim, that it might not look nice later on. And that, for affordable housing, you want to keep it simple. And I kind of disagree with that. I don't like the idea of saying, oh, well, it's affordable housing, so we don't want to have any, bells or whistles on there. Yeah, I do understand the argument that, down the road that there is going to be maintenance involved and that sometimes it's very hard to make your property owners follow through with it and code it. You cannot depend that code enforcement is going to be what's going to create good design down the road. It's just having had to do code enforcement and current planning, you just can't depend on that. It's very hard to do, and there's too many, there's just too much. So it's not the thing that you can rely on for the future.
And so if it's not defined, we rely on the project architect to kind of make that decision project by project basis. If we don't,
It just means it's not, it just means it, like, so if you said, okay, I think we'll do the recessed window, we'll require a recessed window, but we're not gonna say you can't trim it out, then it's up to the designer whether they wanna put trim on it.
Roger?
I think when you get to simple projects, windows are probably the most important thing you have to work with. Windows, massive wall and massive windows and how they're articulated. So if we could say it there, windows are important to be articulated, and talk about, like protruding or recessing or whatever the options are, but the theater district are mostly protruding sills and windows, and I think it works. They just put styrofoam and stucco over it, but it's not expensive to do, but the articulation part is important to emphasize. How they do it, I think, is more of a design question.
All right. Do we have any further questions before we move into whether or not to keep or remove?
well, and this is not in there currently.
So to add or remove or to add a portion thereof.
Okay, let's go starting with Jessica all the way down. Do you want to keep it removed or add back in?
I'm inclined to keep it removed, so do not, or stay silent, as you said, on the notion of recessed, on the notion of trimming, and I also do not think we need to bar white fiberglass. I think all of that should be up to designer, architect discretion.
Excellent. Roger?
I think there should be something about the value of articulating the window statement in the building facade.
I also agree with keeping it removed or remaining silent, and I also don't have an issue with fiberglass.
I think we should keep in that the windows should be recessed, but not remain silent on whether they should be trimmed out or not. And I like not allowing white fiberglass windows, as I think they look cheap.
And just to be clear, this is not guidance. This is just guidance for projects with stucco, like cement, plaster, EIFS. So we're going to be prescriptive on the recessing of that. I'm inclined to leave it removed and make broader commentary on window design throughout and not make it material specific like this. Maybe that's short-sighted, but yeah, I'm inclined to kind of leave this guidance out for now.
Does that give you the direction you were looking for?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
So I'm leaving it out is where we're going. Okay.
Is this the spot to talk about window shades while we're on window design? Or?
Yeah, let's do it.
Go ahead.
I don't like them. I understand the environmental consideration, but I think stylistically mandating them is out of place for Petaluma. If a designer wishes to include them, they can, but I'm not inclined to require them.
All right. And do we have other consensus around, or other comments around window shades? No.
I think that they are just one of the options, though. I don't think, right, we were going to require them on every project. I thought it was just one of the things that was optional to do, or? No.
On this, it's a requirement.
Right, okay, so we didn't, it wasn't stated that we were going to require them, right?
No, it is.
Oh, it is?
It is
Oh.
a requirement for, let me read it so that you get the full,
I thought it was one of the
Page
options.
17,
Okay.
1B.
thank you. Here we go.
Page 17.
Okay, so window shades. So orientation tuned shading devices, which include non-membrane awnings, canopies, fins, or screens, and that shares similar architectural characteristics to the facade shall be installed on the south and west facing windows with orientations that effectively shade glass from sun from May through September from the hours of noon to 5 p.m.
Okay, I get it. I think can I say something?
Go ahead.
I'm in favor of that because I think in this era of temperatures increasing and air conditioning becoming more expensive, and because these are going to be units that are going to be affordable living units, that I don't know if people are going to have all that much money to be spending on air conditioning, and I think we should give them every advantage so that they could remain cool in their house. And people have died from being too hot in heat waves up just in Seattle not too long ago. So I think we should give them every advantage to remain cool in their homes.
Yeah, I would also be inclined to agree with that as well. There's no guarantee there's going to be tree coverage. There's no guarantee there's going to be another building that might shade you from the sun for a good chunk of the day. And having lived in multiple apartments around here with no coverage whatsoever, it's a real problem if there's poor insulation and poor airflow, and you've got a superheated apartment and you're trying to keep your budget limited. So unless there's another design aesthetic that accomplishes the same end result, I would want to keep it in. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, do we feel like the area about window shades, that with the language about what materials, we've kind of excluded the lowest quality materials with this description, concern of something that would be not hold up for a long time or have issues with appearance? I mean, were the materials selected kind of based to eliminate some of the...
Well, they wouldn't be able to be vinyl because we've
Yeah.
eliminated vinyl from, facade materials except the vinyl windows. And that, or maybe, we're not sure, because we're missing 2 commissioners, so we don't know where they're going to land. And then but they are non-membrane, so that's like your canvas, basically.
Okay.
So that does degrade very quickly, and that's why it's specific. So it typically be metal, wood, and you can see actually there's this picture in the middle. If you look, the windows in that one layer are actually protected by sort of that protruding band that goes around, so it's right into the architectural style, which I like the best.
Yeah, I don't mind that middle one, but looking at this top left and the grate on the top right, I feel like that doesn't get you cooling. I understand the intent, but that slats of metal on the top left isn't going to give you a whole lot of shade that offsets your need for cooling.
And to that point, when we say effectively shade glass from sun, I mean, what kind of metric is that? Because, some of these are bars that obviously aren't stopping the sun.
Yeah, and like I said, this one definitely needs some tightening up. So there would definitely, if this is something you want to keep in, then I would want to go in and kind of add a little bit in terms of like depth and I don't know if it's permeability is the right word for this, but I think you probably get the idea of, opacity.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I think if we put something in there about opacity, I'd be supportive so it does the intended function. And again, and obviously I'm expecting you to have an encyclopedia here. Other jurisdictions, is this something we see, this kind of detail and shading?
This actually came from Ann Edminster, was who recommended it. So this didn't come from another jurisdiction, but 2 out of 3 photos in here are newer construction buildings in Berkeley, and I suspect that it wasn't done because the developer wanted to. So I could be wrong though, but I just happened to notice them, and I was like, oh, that's what she was talking about.
Yeah, and I see them in Milpitas when it talks about facade articulation, it references shading. But yeah, I think I'm generally supportive if we can figure out an opacity metric to tighten it up.
Out of curiosity, could we, not to stir this any further, but part of me doesn't understand why we're not requiring a overall shade requirement for the developer coming in for those sides of the building. And there's a lot of different kind of facade overhangs they could be applying, ways to achieve it. So I guess my question is, wouldn't there be a better option to have a strict requirement for shade provided on those sides of the building, and then provide a bank of sorts of materials and options that they could choose from in terms of how they provide that shade, rather than trying to get into a granular metric?
I have to think that one through.
And I only bring it up because I think one thing we have to keeping in mind is that we are largely talking about affordable housing developments. There is a misnomer and stigma around these developments that always ends up with, oh, they're going to be simpler looking buildings. They're going to be generally uglier, considered uglier. They're going to have the metal slats with the chain wire going through. I can't fully see with that image. And not have the attention to detail. I think since this is both a functional element of design and also an aesthetic element, how we do these kind of overhangs that kind of look like balconies might matter a lot for folks. Having a bank of options that looks kind of, well, this looks Petaluma, well, for lack of better terminology, looks nicer than a developer might be willing to provide, I think can help us ensure that we're not just saying, yeah, provide an overhang, it's enough shade, and it looks like that top right one over there. Because on the off chance that, yeah, that doesn't look like it could do anything, but maybe it does. I would just like us to move away from this logic of simplified designs for affordable housing and really dig into the idea of no one should feel like they're being penalized because they moved into an affordable unit, or like their unit is different from the others.
And to strengthen that, you see the middle picture, you wonder if something like that is at play when it comes to function, because the middle row of windows doesn't have shades because the building protrudes out. So.
Yep.
I'd like the idea of sorry, Roger, where you're going? Sorry. I like the idea of giving a bank of options. I think that allows for more flexibility in design. I'd be curious to understand if there is some shade study metric we could use, because if you're on the side of the building that would require the shading, but you've got a tall enough building nearby that's shading you most of those hours anyhow, maybe you can lift that requirement and save the money and put it to other beautification and facade improvements instead of shades that no one needs. I'd also be curious about whether reverting to coated windows on those sides of the building that we're concerned about from a heating and cooling perspective or cooling perspective could be swapped in, like, again, having that bank of options to make sure that it's both attractive and providing some of that sustainability and cooling that we're seeking.
Roger.
Yeah, I tend to agree with some performance standard as opposed to a solution standard. Commercial buildings, they have a lot more glass, so they have energy codes that require sunshade screening according to sun orientation. So there's more of a performance based on interior heat load. There's got to be a way of saying if you have a west exposure or south exposure, you need to do certain things to reduce that load. And not, I mean, I think I agree that the upper left image is crazy. It doesn't look like it does anything. The middle building looks like a little more copacetic with the design. And the one on the right, I have no idea what that does. But. So I think a performance that they can interpret in a number of ways and achieve what you want is better.
So I will spend some time and see what we have, because I suspect that there may be overlapping things in Cal Green as well. because there are requirements in there about energy conservation. So let me see what I can figure out on that.
Thank you. I think with this, we can move to the next topic.
Stop. Okay, hold on, let's get back to here, list. Okay. Trees. Okay. So, the big question, like I said, I just want to go ahead and check in on the requirements that we have. Again, it's reiterated from SPAR of 1 tree for 500 square feet of open space that was codified. And then the one big question is, I think we've resolved a lot of the concerns that we heard from PBAC with the shading as opposed to, 1 tree per 100 square feet. And then, so that last sticking point really that I wanted to check in on is the tree border between residential, existing single family residential and proposed new multifamily. So the way that was written says that you need to plant 1 tree every 30 feet. And then that the canopy of the tree cannot be closer than 10 feet to a building, otherwise no tree. So does that standard, first of all, make sense? Because I know I did not provide an illustration on it. Here we go. So, and just for the record, if you are looking at the standards, it's on page 13, starting line 352. So under landscaping 7B, and it's number 3.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think Darren would like to talk about the tree standard.
I was tempted to say I've got nothing on this. So when it comes to defensible space, we're talking more of a 5-foot area when we're keeping vegetation away from homes when it comes to defensible space, right? My instinct is to not include this because I feel like it is prohibitive to planting so many kinds of trees that we really want to see planted to provide any effective shade and cooling and things of that nature. If we keep this in, if it's decided that, we need this for fire protection or nuisance protection, I guess actually a question before that, couldn't this fall to maintenance of the property owner, like trim it to be 5-foot defensible space, keep with fire code?
Yeah.
Rather than.
Yeah, and again, this is another one, I've talked to tree people who are like, well, as long as the tree's not overhanging, it's fine. And then I've heard 10 feet from, it's the official thing. And again, you can't depend on somebody doing the maintenance they're supposed to do, is, again, one of those things you just have to be aware of that. We hope and it's the expectation, but, you could have an entire staff doing only code enforcement and not hit it all of everything that's not right.
Well, and that's a good point. So, it sounds like we're talking more safety than design with this consideration. In which case, some of these other standards, I don't think we're as much, we talked about ADA and some of those, we're not thinking of baking safety considerations in here as much. Isn't it kind of most applicable to say, well, yeah, there is safety, fire marshal standards, and whether that's a burden on code enforcement, but that's kind of how these things should work.
Yeah.
Not
So the question I guess comes down to, would you want to remove the whole thing, like no 1 tree for 30 feet? Or is it just removing the buffer requirement?
I like the 1 tree per 30 feet. I like breaking up and having mature trees along a barrier like that. I just think the buffer requirement of closer than 10 feet, again, I would like to see that fall to kind of health and safety code and building codes,
Okay.
rather than trying to be prescriptive here is my instinct.
I agree.
So the assumption is there's a non-private area between the residential and the multifamily?
It is a private area. It would be a buffer on the property.
It would be a common area, or would it be a private patio?
It could be either. The idea is that it's the in between. Let me see if I have a decent picture. Well, this isn't it.
Well, if it's a private patio, you don't control the tree, and I don't think you want that. So there ought to be a public, a common area between the private patio and the residential of a certain distance. Because otherwise you don't have any maintenance of a tree, you have no control of the tree, you haven't achieved anything.
So the tree would be planted on the multifamily property, but within the buffer zone. So the multifamily property would be responsible for maintaining the tree.
As long as it's in a common area, not in a private patio.
Well, I mean, that would have to be written in to say that the 5-foot buffer could not be part of a private open space. So that would have to be written into the code that way, because somebody could conceivably say, okay, I don't know if I can draw on the fly, but I wish I had a chalk. Oh, I need a whiteboard. But if here's your property, no, that's not going to go well. Let's just insert some squares. Here we go. This is not ideal, but so if here's your property,
Yeah,
Oh,
we're not.
why
we're not seeing
aren't you
what
guys
you're
seeing
doing.
that? That's just not right. Okay, wait. New share. Here we go. All right. Ta-da. All right. So here's your property, and let's just make it green because that's how we roll. And then, so here's your single family parcel right here. And then maybe there's another one right here. Okay, and this is not to scale, by the way, just for the record. Oops.
I'll have you know, Paint is known for its scaling features.
Okay. So say that's your 5-foot buffer, right? Now, if your building, say your building is right here, because you're going right up to the buffer, and, or, you know, even if you're not, even if you're going back here, and let's just make sure that's a building. So that's our building. And then say they decide to make these little patios and say, okay, here's your private open space for each of these units. So you could conceivably have this building where, you know, each of these are a unit and they each have a little backyard. So that is a conceivable site design.
And so that would be that blue line's a fence?
So the blue is the other property, and this orange right here is your buffer.
No, the thin blue line that's perpendicular to the orange is a fence?
Those would be the boundaries between the units, and yeah, they could be fences because they're separating private open space. So here's your unit.
So how do
and
you
its
how do you
backyard.
maintain those trees?
So it would be if it's in the unit, then I think it depends on how that's set up. It may be that the individuals who have that tree in there every 30 feet have to maintain it.
That will not happen. It
Okay.
it won't be consistent. It won't do the job. It won't give the residential any protection. It's not.
So what you're asking is
If
to
that orange
add-
line was common area that had maintenance access to it, then I agree with you. But if it becomes part of a private patio, it doesn't work.
Okay, so what you would like is for us to add it in so that it specifically requires that buffer area to be a public and common area.
Yeah. Maintain uncommon.
And,
Just piggybacking on that really quick. Out of curiosity, when you're making this, or when you were discussing setting that up with the 5-foot buffer, I know you went through, I mean, the documentation you provided that covered how many architects, I think it was what, 17 different individuals of one level or another that were engaged in this. Did any of them raise the issue of the buffer popping up, or how you'd access the?
there was I think it was, I forget which affordable housing developer, they raised a concern about it because they are doing a multifamily project that's adjacent to single-family residential, and they were concerned about the space required for the buffer.
Yeah.
Because they weren't planning to have that. So,
So they went the other way with their concern.
yeah, and they had concerns about the size of the site, and we talked about it because it was, so is this going to make the project infeasible? But then that's where the concessions and the waivers come in. And we determined that there was enough desire to have the buffer from what we were hearing, and there wasn't any pushback on it, that, that if for that particular project where there isn't room on the site, then that's where they would use their waivers and concessions. So,
All right. Jessica, I think you had a question earlier. Okay. I think this is a good time for everyone to go through with how they feel about the current situation, especially given what was just raised regarding public access. So I'm going to start with you again, Darren, and we'll go down.
And just to confirm, if I've got a boatload of other questions about trees, we save that until we address these core questions from staff.
Yeah, well, so
let's navigate through this issue.
Let's get this
It's a big
first,
enough
and
issue.
then
Okay.
we can do questions about trees right after.
Okay, my favorite. Great. So I appreciate what Roger's saying. I read into this assuming this would be a planting area that would have to be maintained by some like maintenance, property-wide maintenance or development-wide maintenance. So yeah, I guess Roger raises a great point, and who would be responsible for maintaining if like I said, we let this go to fire standards and defensible space standards, who would be responsible for that? Is it property owner? And I mean, every development's different, right? Some developments do have maintenance for the entire property, which this would slot into pretty easily. Thinking of a lot of pet projects I've visited and things like that. So yeah, I guess just getting clarity on that issue, that if we have in someone's private patio a tree, is that resident of this affordable housing project responsible for maintenance when it comes to fire code and things like that? I mean, do we have any sense if that's happened or how that gets handled? Or Dylan?
I can try to answer that.
Yeah.
Just from a code enforcement standpoint, if I was sending a letter for a single apartment that has maybe a broken window, I would probably send it to the property owner, because ultimately I think they're the ones responsible, and they would be the ones that we would be suing in a litigation or fining through administrative process. And if their lease says, tenant, you're responsible for the window or the maintenance of whatever, the tree, then, that's something that they could evict for. But I don't know how many leases discuss, maintenance of trees. I don't think I've ever seen that in a lease that when I've lived in apartments, but I don't know if that answers your question there,
Yeah,
Darren.
I mean, yeah. Assuming this falls to the property owner and kind of broader development, maintenance, and management, I'm obviously supportive of this. I'd like to see a little more digging. I think Roger raised a great point. And if we have scenarios where a tenant could be responsible for that, then obviously that raises issues.
Yeah, maybe we can take a look at, I don't know, the affordable leases that exist and see what they say on this issue.
I can check in with our affordable housing developers and.
That would be
see
great,
how
just
it
to
can-
run that hypothetical. Otherwise, like I said before, I'm broadly supportive of this as kind of a design consideration, getting tree coverage. And yeah, I think the 10-foot to an existing or proposed structure, I'd like to see us not be prescriptive with that and just fall back to code enforcement and fire standards, because that seems like what we've done for fire standards throughout. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, I'm agreeing with Commissioner Rakis in that I don't think that we need the buffer. I think that our fire safety requirements will take care of that. But I am supportive of the tree requirement, but not if it needs to be tenant maintained. So if it would be that this would be the tenant space and the tenant's responsibility, I think that's a no-go. I don't think that's fair to put on them. This is I think this should be put on the property owner or the development or the property managers. So, and if that's the case, then this area should be in the common area.
This will probably not surprise anyone, but I will disagree just a little bit. I understand not wanting to be prescriptive here, given that we have deferred so much to fire code elsewhere. However, there's also a difference between what is in the ground versus what is a practice that's being actively maintained or prohibited. And one thing to keep in mind is that these are going to be, like in that example that you eloquently sketched out for us, thank you again for doing all of that on the fly. I would have been lucky if I even got a triangle on the screen. It'd be very easy for, let's say it is a scenario where it's kind of your backyard. I do agree, by the way, with this obviously should not be the maintenance of the owner or the renter, especially a lower income tenant. That's an absurd situation to put them through, and a common area is most likely going to be required to have any real access for maintenance. But going back to the tree buffer, in the example of a shared backyard or just extended backyard, people barbecue, people have fire pits. It's ridiculous, but they have them. People do a lot of things they probably shouldn't do during high red flag warning fire season. The number of alerts we had to put out at the state just to remind people not to send off fireworks in the middle of June was more than I would like to remember. So keeping that in mind, I do not have the same confidence in just relying on fire code to avoid there being a risk, especially given how quickly embers spread and how easy it would be for a tree canopy to interact with any number of things through tenant use, then leading the fire straight back to the multifamily unit. And I also would keep in mind too that yes, we are trying to get as much affordable housing in as we can. We're trying to fill these lots as much as we can with housing. But in the scenario where we're also putting it right next to existing like single family housing, having a little bit of space there too might make it easier for neighbors to acclimate and for the new multifamily units to feel a little protected from the neighborhood that might not be so thrilled. So yeah, my overall would be to keep the buffer that you have. And I think when it comes to fire protection in Petaluma, every little bit helps. So thank you.
So I take that you're supporting the common area? Okay. Just an example, if you drive around parts of East Petaluma, Eli and McDowell and some of the streets, every one of those houses had trees planted in the front yard when they were built. Very, very few trees remain. It's up to the homeowner if he wants it or doesn't want it or likes it or doesn't like it. It's not, it needs to be, I think, a common maintenance solution to interface with a residential neighborhood.
I think we got some comments from Bill Reinhardt about how we're defining open space. And I'm in agreement with some of the other commissioners that our landscaping placement direction and standards can and should only apply to common open space and public open space and will not be able to apply to the private open space as defined at line 125. So to the extent that that means we need to reconfigure these tree rules to like then have more of the common open space in the places we want trees, let's do that. But I just want to make sure that the definitions are really clear, because we've gotten some direction from public comments saying that it's not clear enough. And I agree that we want trees. I like Blake's idea of having, a little bit more softening at the front of a multifamily unit when it is in a single family unit neighborhood. But we just need to make it really clear and acknowledge that the private open space, as defined here, a private outdoor space designated for no more than one residential unit and not accessible to other units, we're not going to have jurisdiction over.
I think that gives us enough direction to tailor that section and come back before you. Thank you.
And Darren, did you have other tree-related questions?
Yeah, I'll just hit on a couple other points. And one of them is this issue, we talked about at PBAC and Tree Committee's joint meeting of the power lines. And I just broke my mic. Uriel? No, it's just totally off.
You want to trade them with
Oh, yeah.
neighbor one? See if that works? And just, pull it out.
With the mercy of my microphone. Okay, there we go. Let's start that again. The issue of the power lines, and I'm curious, now that we've kind of taken street trees off the table with this, do we have the same concern about power lines? And yeah, I guess I'll start there. Do we have the same concern about power lines, even though we're not going to be on the street?
I went back and forth on this because I also, Andrew and I were kind of talking about that, if, street trees are under tree standards. And I ended up leaving it in because I figured it was in SPAR. And so I didn't really want to pull stuff out that was specifically in SPAR unless I had specific direction. So if, most likely, if there's a new construction, any power lines on site are going to be underground. You're not going to be allowed to do overhead power lines. So it's really unlikely that it's necessary. I just wasn't ready to pull it out without getting direction.
Okay, so this kind of implicitly is where applicable, right? Like where there are actually power lines that will be interfered
Exactly.
with. Okay. Okay, that covers that one. Right above that, so that was line 382 on page 14. Right above that, we have lines 380 and 381 talking about tree planters shall include root barriers and surface grates. I'm wondering if we can offer a couple engineering solutions there, and I can send from City of Chico's urban forestry management plan just a couple different solutions for navigating pavement interface. It's called sidewalk solutions, part of their plan. But I would like to see us offer a couple options there instead of just root barriers and surface grates. A lot of times those are the cheapest, but just to keep it open to some other options that could serve that purpose. So maybe I can send that to you after. So that's more comment than question. And then that covers engineering solutions. Yeah, and then when we talk about open space, so I guess I'm moving backwards up the page, line 369 for open space adjacent. This is something Bill Reinhardt called out in his comments, and it made me kind of think about the intention of this set of lines, 369 to 372, of only using plants identified as native to Petaluma within 50 feet of the open space area. And just the way we define open space at the beginning is pretty broad.
Yeah.
So I think the intention of that is like a nice pristine open space. So if there's some granularity we can offer there, I don't know if it's like a certain interface zone we can define or that's defined somewhere in code, or if we just separate out some of this when we talk about open space to talk about any park, publicly used land, something like that, and then separate some of the like city-owned property, utility corridor, schoolyard that maybe aren't as much untouched open space kind of tenor to it, I think that would be useful, because I appreciate what he was saying, that gets pretty hefty task to source 50 feet every time you have open space as defined here. I think that's pretty hard. But I support the river and creek adjacent there. And then, I think that actually pretty much covers it for trees. I was really happy to see the parking lot change. I thought having the diagram was great, and I thought it really simplified and made it clear. I think canopy coverage as a policy tool is where kind of a lot of tree policy is going, so it's great to see that reflected. So yeah, I think that covers. Oh, and I guess we're going to get to IPMP later, so that covers. Thanks.
Okay. So real quick, is there consensus on changing open space to say parks or natural areas, something to that effect? Or did you want to go with Mr. Reinhardt's public comment to restrict it just to the river adjacent?
Can I offer for the commission's consideration that our open space recreation, our parks tend to may have less native and more ornamental, so we should just be keeping that in mind, that there's a difference in application, and I just want to add that.
I think unless we're talking native riparian habitat or something, I think the 50-foot native designation doesn't do a whole lot, as Olivia just pointed out. So, yeah, I think I'd be broadly supportive of either a very refined definition of open space to native riparian habitat, which I'm not sure how many, well, that's not true. Paula Lane, there is an affordable project, native riparian habitat, or otherwise restricted to river and creek.
Okay.
Can I just hypothesize here and zoom out a little bit? My understanding of this native plant requirement is to ensure that we aren't encroaching on what is otherwise, well-established native plants. So that's where I think river, as Bill laid out, makes more sense. But is there a different sort of mood we're trying to cast here in terms of native plant investment as opposed to non-native? And we do cover it in different places, but I just want to make sure we're going for the intended outcome, not just the lines in the draft,
Yeah. Well, and like I said, it would be a pretty rare scenario where you'd have pristine native riparian habitat that this would apply to. So I think in that scenario, then I'd like to see this extend. But to the point about parks, schoolyards, broader open space, I'm not sure that this would get us much. So I think either super narrow band, rare scenario on the native open space we're talking about, or the habitat open space we're talking about, or leave it at just river and creeks.
Yeah, I agree. I think we should either go in a little bit more detailed and say native habitat near the rivers and creeks, or just leave it out.
Yeah, I would actually, given how past examples have played out and the changes we've had to make, I would actually just keep it to the general rivers and creeks and see how this goes.
Yeah, I'm supportive of the native planting and 100% supportive next to native conditions. 50% supportive in unnative conditions when you have a tree well or something that a native plant doesn't necessarily do what it does in native territory. So I'm more concerned about the performance and health of the plant, or the tree. Whether it's native or not, I'm less concerned. I think it's a good idea to focus on parks and open space as natives. Tree wells, it's a wide open question of what grows well, what maintains well. And different conditions require different types of trees for different reasons. So I'm a little concerned about just the label native, but I think native where it's most appropriate is good.
Yeah, I'm cool with just sticking to the rivers that you know.
And with that, I think we're mostly good on trees.
I have one more tree thing.
I have a question on the image that's on the.
We're going to let Jessica go first, and then Roger, you may go. Jessica.
I wanted to look at the solar carport shade tree figure we've got at line 217. I understand that we're sensitive to obviously canopy size and want to be aware of the heat islands that parking lots can represent, but I also don't want to dissuade someone who's really bullish on solar. And if there is a developer who's trying to go net zero, what have you, and they are down to pay for a bunch more solar panels, I don't think we should tell them they can't. So I don't know if there's a way to I know you had said that 50% was a bit arbitrary, so if there's a way to say that you'll keep the perimeter dressed with mature trees, but interior parking spots can have solar panel coverage, I just think we should be allowing those investments if developers wish to make them.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I would agree as well. Roger.
My turn. The question, I guess, on your diagram, it's a parking lot with trees, but where your trees are planted, there's no indication that there's a planter there. It would be, I think, preferable to show how the trees fit into the parking system, as opposed to being floating over somewhere and not having a place to be located. Because it'd be impossible to achieve some of these things without locating either in a parking spot in the middle of it or on the end of it. Mm-hmm. Is that possible?
Yeah, I mean, this is just a preliminary drawing just to get the point across that we're using shade and mature canopy is what we're measuring. So however it would look on the underlay, if a developer were to come in, my anticipation is that they would provide us a drawing that showed, like, here's the canopy of the tree that's covering 50% so that we could check that box. So, I didn't go into the details of what it needed to look like underneath. I was just trying to demonstrate what 50% shade was.
My only point is that the developer is going to be dealing with the arithmetic of the parking layout. So I'd like to get something that achieves that with a parking layout, as opposed to independently, because they're not independent.
Mm-hmm.
I can just offer that we have very specific parking standards already very well defined that says how many, where the medians go, how much those have to be spaced out in between the parking. So this, as Heather said, the purpose of this is really not to show exactly where they're going to go, but the overall coverage of the 50%. So I think I hear what you're saying is you want to have a little bit more understanding of how it looks underneath, and I'm saying we do have those parking standards already in our regulation.
Last call for other tree-based questions.
I didn't,
Wait, Roger's got one more.
Where's the tree well? Oh, yeah, and on 7, on landscaping, page 13, landscaping within the public right-of-way shall comply with city's landscape irrigation standards. I'm not clear if the public right-of-way is well-defined. I mean, in some cases, the public right-of-way is back a curb, or at least the public responsibility is back a curb.
unless otherwise designated, it depends, because often on a new street, it's going to be based on, like, if there's not an existing curb or sidewalk, they will have to put where it's going to be based on the center line of the street. So it just depends how the code designates it, how big the right-of-way is. It also depends on whose public right-of-way it is. So if it's a road that's a shared right-of-way between something, and I don't know if Petaluma even has a Caltrans right-of-way that runs through it. I know Lakeville Highway is a highway, but I'm not sure if it actually is Caltrans.
It's
at that
partially
point.
Caltrans.
Okay, yeah, I haven't got that far, but in several jurisdictions, you kind of have multiples, and so public right-of-way is sometimes defined by them, so it just depends.
So you're allowing with this flexibility based on the need.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's not necessarily flexible, but it's different, it's variable.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
So I guess if the public right-of-way is back a curb, so all the responsibility for a street tree goes on to the project.
If the, well, so ideally, the trees might even be between the street and the sidewalk. So a lot of times
Ideally.
you're planting strips, so, but the owner is usually, and I believe that's the case, Dylan's shaking his
Yeah,
head. so-
Petaluma, we have I think a municipal code ordinance that says that the property owner is responsible for.
We
yeah.
do, yeah.
But to Roger's point, maybe we can look into defining in the definition section, public right-of-ways or something, if that's possible.
Well, I guess I'm just questioning, how do we get street trees planted with these projects to make sure we have a parkway and a street tree?
So if it's in the public right of way, what happens is, it's one of those funny things, the way that it works. It's not always intuitive. So if you, the sidewalk is public right of way, but developers are required to develop it. But because it's public, it's subject to the public standards and it has to be developed to public standards. So it's, so even though it's public area and there's, public ease, it's not private property, the developer has to develop it to the city standards. So if the city standards say you have to plant a street tree every 20 feet and that street tree must be in a well that's 6 feet by 4 feet or whatever, and it must have X, Y, Z, then those are the standards that apply because it's in the public right of way, because it applies to the public infrastructure, even though the developer is required to build it for the public.
And maintain it.
And maintain it, yes.
One of your slides showed a streetscape with a tree and a sidewalk. I'm not sure which one it was. Around 26 somewhere, I think.
You look, this one?
No. It was a, it showed, it was looking down the sidewalk, and it was looked like a 5-foot sidewalk and a 5-foot tree well, but the sidewalk was actually 10 feet with a tree well cut out of it.
Oh, it's in the standards. Okay.
What was your question though, Roger?
Anyway, it just seemed like it was an illustration of a wider sidewalk than a project would need. It looked like a commercial sidewalk. And this is residential housing, so I'm not sure why we're showing that sort of image.
So are you talking about in the standard, you're talking about figure 6 on line 386? Is that the one that you're looking at?
Page 14.
You got it, Roger? This one?
No,
No?
it's a site picture that's not in your package.
Oh, okay. Are you talking about
This
these?
one here, right here, you just passed it,
Oh, this one?
on the right. I mean, I guess we're talking about residential frontage, and typically it's not a 10-foot sidewalk with tree wells. So is there a way we can show just a parkway?
Well, this was just,
This is just a presentation for us, Roger.
yeah, it
No,
was
no.
just a picture of a
Well,
tree.
these
but
images, I think, will show up in the document?
these ones will not, just the drawings.
Yeah.
Just the drawings that are intended to illustrate.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let's go to page 26, slide 26 then.
so this entire slide shows for us, Roger.
Yeah. The problem is I reviewed this document.
Yes,
and
yeah.
We're not going through
That's,
this
no,
document.
that's the doc, so.
Yeah, that's right.
That is, those are the draft standards that we're discussing. This is just a slideshow meant to present it, that's all.
Okay, we're not going to discuss this, though.
No, we are discussing that.
Okay, then I'll wait.
No, we're discussing that, this whole thing is us discussing that. What's referenced here is just imagery meant to help us have an easier time talking about that document.
All right. Oh, okay. On this image, I guess my point was that we're dealing with buildings that have probably along this, there's 14 different entries to the residential units, not one main entry like a shopping center or a big building. This looks like a commercial post office building with an entry. And I just like to show more realistic images of what we're dealing with.
Oh, okay, all right.
Well, and when I asked that questions about images earlier, I think some of this is going to make it in to help conceptualize it, but we're not seeing the
Why-
final images.
Why
yet.
don't we ask staff?
Yeah,
Could
so
you
the
let us know
drawings-
about what's
Yeah,
going to
the
make
drawings
it?
are, so buildings come in all different shapes, but this actually is a pretty typical recessed entryway. But yeah, the drawings are, if you like them, they'll go in. If you don't like them, I can leave them out. No, but yeah, these are preliminary drawings, so.
And
But yes, the plan was to put the drawings, not the photographs in. The photographs are to give sort of an idea of what we're talking about, so.
so,
but-
just to be clear, so the final, so that everybody, we feel like we're all on the same page. For the actual draft document that will eventually become the objectives design standards that are referenced by way of the IZO, there will be drawings, there will be diagrams. There will not be any of the live images shown in the slideshow, which is
Right.
largely for us to help
Yes.
us
Yes.
facilitate this discussion.
Correct.
So in that way, you don't have to worry about pretty much any of the things you're seeing on the slideshow because that's not what's going to be in the actual draft.
But are we going to see the drawings or the illustrations that are in the draft?
Yes, you'll see that these are going to go into the draft. The idea is to have the illustrations in there, because the feedback we got was that you wanted the illustrations in. So
So these are the drawings that will go into the
the
draft?
drawings, but not the photographs.
Okay.
And there's room to improve the drawings before we get to the final
Yes, they're
document.
just draft drawings at this point.
So my only point is I'd like the drawings to reflect the nature of what we're dealing with.
Got it.
A 20, 30 unit, 40 unit per acre site plan that has all the ingredients that we have to deal with.
Yes, Darren.
Just because it's under trees and it looked like we weren't getting into this separately, artificial turf, I see that lines 373 and 374 on page 14. I guess, can you give us a little context on the discussions there? I know this has been a big policy point elsewhere in the city. Parks and Recreation, as a committee, has kind of pushed a direction of no artificial turf, and I think our city council has reflected that, but I'll wait for staff to confirm that, what the conversations were around that with your kind of stakeholder groups, and then what we think, how we make sure we align with what else is going on in the city.
Sure, sure. Okay, so artificial turf, that's definitely one of those things where we had a lot of back and forth and then thought we had a direction and then came back again in public comment. So I wanted to bring it up again. So thank you for catching up on that. So basically where we were at was that artificial turf should not be used. However, on sports fields and recreational areas, it can be used where organic infill material is used. So the idea is it would be on the surface instead of grass. The reasons people use artificial turf is because grass takes a lot of maintenance. So traditional grass maintenance usually involves a lot of lawn mowing with gasoline, as well as inorganic fertilizers, chemicals. And so that's typically why people thought, okay, we'll save water, we'll reduce our gas usage, we'll use artificial turf. Artificial turf has some issues with the fact that it's a plastic. So that's a concern. Longevity of it is also a potential issue. While modern turf is, in theory, more long-lasting, depending on the recreational use, dogs, it's not so good. So that's kind of the rundown on it. There's definitely good reasons to say no artificial turf, but there's also good reasons to allow artificial turf for sports fields. There's also alternative sports field turf that's not the fake grassy stuff. So there's different kinds of rubberized surfaces that can also be used for smaller sports fields, but it is comparatively expensive. If recycled water is available and you're not using chemicals and fertilizers and gas mowers, then there's definitely a case for grass, just using grass. But that's the rundown.
Okay, thanks for that. And like I said, I feel like there's a policy direction emerging, moving away from artificial turf. I guess for these kinds of developments we're talking about, is this something we see pretty often? Just thinking of the sites that I visited leading up to this, I didn't see recreational or sports fields, but is it something we see in a lot of affordable applications or developments here in Petaluma?
I'm just thinking through whether I have or haven't. I don't.
I'm the only artificial turf in town that I'm aware of is at the large facilities, the big recreational centers. And I think it's important to keep in mind what we're talking about here is smaller multifamily development, and it might be a small portion of a playground area or a lot, not an expansive recreational field where sports are happening.
Okay. No, and I appreciate all that clarity. And like I said, I know this is a huge issue. I think I generally tend to the side of just disallowing artificial turf broadly. It could be something we don't see, but that's kind of where I land on that. So I just wanted to give that feedback, and I'll let other commissioners chime in.
Yes, you will. Jessica.
I am comfortable having artificial turf allowed on sports fields and recreational areas as currently written, and would like to keep that.
Roger. Oh, you want to turn your mic on?
I do not support artificial turf anywhere.
I, generally speaking, do not support artificial turf. I will say, having grown up playing soccer here, every dirt field I ever played soccer on was an ankle and knee hazard, but from an environmental perspective, I don't support artificial turf. But also, keeping in mind the size of the lots we're talking about, I also can't see a justification for artificial turfs on these spots. They're not going to be very big. You're not going to have a lot of divots, and they'll be fairly easy, especially if it's just people kind of roughhousing between soccer or football. So I can't really see a justification for it either. So I also would support keeping it out.
I guess I'm really torn about this because, I don't really love artificial turf either, but I don't love grass either because it requires a lot of water and maintenance and human resources and money to maintain. But I guess since we're probably not talking about big soccer fields here, we're just talking about little areas that are probably less money to maintain for the type of projects we're talking about. Probably don't support artificial turf in these areas because I feel like the areas that they would be used in would be for small children, and then I don't think small children should be running around and scraping their knees on artificial turf. So probably not supportive of artificial turf for these types of residential projects that we're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. And I missed Darren's feedback on the solar panels, whether he was okay with as much solar for shade and in lieu of trees.
In
No
li-
restriction.
totally in lieu of trees.
No.
I didn't want to send
Or-
us down that rabbit hole, but I was wondering if there could be a minimum tree coverage. So hey, if you want more solar panels, great, and maybe they just go over
But the trees just on the outside was what we were, okay, so,
Yeah, I think if there's some way to put that into an objective sense, that if you want, but at least maintain trees on the outside perimeter of the
sure.
parking lot, I'd be supportive
Sorry,
of that.
I just needed that to close my gap there, okay.
Okay, we are moving away from trees.
Before we get into the exciting genre of bike parking, can we take a bio break, please?
Yes, we absolutely can. See you back in 5 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. We'll continue with our meeting. One call to rule or directive or what have you, but for the discussion going forward, please, because I think a lot of us would like to have this one really be curtailed to focus on feedback for staff. So please state your question directly or your statement directly. This is not the night for preambles or for speeches about other committees. We're here to talk about our feedback or our questions on these items. And with that, Heather, take it away to our next topic.
All right. So the bicycle parking. So as noted, these standards, this is one area where this is more stringent than what the existing code requires. And again, the reasoning behind that is because in addition to affordable housing, it's important to provide affordable transportation that meets our climate goals, which e-bikes are a huge growing number of vehicles on the road that provide that. So looking at trying to think about alternative bikes, big bikes, heavy bikes, that was sort of what I understand from talking to Bjorn, these standards were intended to be, and that this is also the direction that city policy is going. But like I said, this is zoning code, so if these are not, I mean, you know, obviously there was some concern about the prohibition on the different bike racks. So I'm happy to have your feedback on what you guys want to do with those and the space sizing, or if there's things that you would like to take out, leave in. Change.
Yeah, I'll kick this one off. The spacing made a lot of sense based on other standards I've seen for this, but were you able to test out the length? I'm just thinking, especially for multifamily apartments with a bike room or bike storage like that. Were you able to have anybody who is senior or mobily restricted kind of test out some of this, the spacing for the racks? Because I understand the desire not to have somebody pull the bike over them, but that also implies you're considering for that population as well. So I just was wondering if these spaces would work.
So basically what you're looking at is you would have you can put one bike on either side of those racks, and that, you know, they would be lengthwise. So you're walking up and there's the space in between, in theory, provides enough. But again, it is theory. So we did extend the distance between the two racks to be 5 feet for the senior development to provide more ambulation space and also potentially wider bikes.
Okay.
So yeah, there is wider.
And why did you reduce, though, the amount of required for the senior development? I did see reduced to 25%. I only asked because most of the folks I see on bikes are either children or seniors.
So the reason that we reduced it was the way that the thinking was, and this kind of came from the PBAC discussion, was that, you know, if you may have less seniors riding, but they're going to have a different variety of bikes and different types of abilities, so they need more space potentially. But maybe that you might have less people riding. Now that could be totally wrong.
Okay.
And again, that was revised based on that committee feedback that we got. But I'm happy to, you know, and the idea was not to take up more space for bike parking, but that could also.
Gotcha. And was there any meaningful difference between bike parking required for some of our larger electric bikes and bike parking for just standard bicycles?
No,
I've only ever had a bike. I've never had an e-bike, so I just wanted to know.
Yeah, I mean, the difference with the e-bikes, they do have bigger tires typically. They do have bigger frames, and they're heavier because that battery is heavy. So, you know, when I talked to Bjorn, this was kind of recommended, like, so that it accommodates all bicycles and all abilities for using bicycles.
All right. That's it for now. Yeah, Jessica.
I like the spirit of this section, but I want to have staff consider how we can write this towards performance as opposed to prescriptive size and style, because I think we want to have cargo bikes and e-bikes and a high density of bikes that are locked securely. But I also want to be mindful of the trade-offs where we're making all this space for bikes and we have to make a bunch of space for cars too. And now we're losing affordable units. And I also am sensitive to the evolution of active transport, where you might have a bunch of e-bikes right now, but maybe in 10 years we're all on single wheel things that are completely different shaped and are getting, stored in your apartment or fold up or whatever. Like, I would like to look more towards the purpose of the active transport activation as opposed to being quite so specific on the parking types here. And as we've seen from some public comment, I think the bike racks that are prohibited are perhaps a couple that ought to be considered to go back in for some density parking.
So which ones would you want me to put back in?
The curvy one on the top left, I'm okay
The
with.
wave?
The wave doesn't work. It's also notoriously a problem when you're trying to stack, and it can cause damage for the bicycle. Like, there's a reason people try to jettison that thing as much as possible around the country, because we've had it for 60 years.
Can we look towards some of the options that were in that public comment? Because there's some zoomy ones. I'm just saying, I want to make sure that we've got room to absorb the evolution and growth and adaptation. And maybe in 5 years, someone comes up with a really efficient bike lift that makes e-bikes stackable. And, there's ways that this will all get better and I don't want to lock ourselves out.
Okay.
Heather, am I mistaken that as written, that provides for that, right? It's not just these examples?
It does say alternative bike racks are allowed, provided that they meet the criteria, and this is going to get slightly modified to say specifically subsections I, J, and K, and to not use any of the prohibited styles. So alternative bike racks are allowed, provided that they meet the criteria in subsections I, J, and K, and do not use any of the prohibited styles. So it has to have the means of securing. It has to meet that. It has to meet the mounting. And then it has to meet the rack shape style. So it has to, in general, be constructed of steel or stainless steel or other equivalent material with equal strength, longevity, and tamper resistance.
I'm comfortable with I and J. I'd like to split K into materials. Like if we're mandating metal that's tamper resistant and all that, I'm fine with. But I'm uncomfortable restricting ourselves to these 4 shapes because someone might come up with a better one.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is, since it's not a park system or a citywide system where common maintenance and replacement is the issue, I wonder why we need to specify style of racks, or why not leave it up to the developer of the project, because he's got a market he needs to satisfy. So if you provide spacing and room requirements, it seems like that's enough, and let him decide on how he wants to rack the bikes.
If I could just interject on that briefly, because that's less an objective concern and more a policy and spirit concern. If we assume most of these projects are going to be affordable housing of one form or another, or at least partially affordable housing, the goal is to ensure that there's a quality to it. A lot of the designs that you see crossed out, oh God, I hate the cross one especially, are notorious for what amounts to like either a city didn't have enough money at the time, they didn't mandate it, or the developer involved wanted to kind of cheap out on the bike parking, and so you end up having poorly used, not very efficient outcomes. The reason that Bjorn and PBAC took the time on the preferred style, yes, you do want to keep it open to what might come in the future. And also bicycles may change too, but for what we have right now, you also want the minimum to be something you know will be usable and also won't cause damage to the bicycle. And a number of these, when you start to lock them up, end up doing that. So, I mean, this goes back to, we want to make sure that our affordable units are not being treated like they're affordable units.
My only comment though is it seemed like the selected 4 are the least efficient parking systems for bikes. And do you really want to do that?
I mean, they're not though. A lot of these are actually fairly common and can be stacked pretty easily next to each other.
Well, if you.
And they're also safe for if you're lifting too. Keep that in mind. That was the other consideration, if they don't want people having to lift up their bikes. But
These are all,
yeah.
no, I understand that. It just seems like if you line up the far left, the far left, the used pipe system, like next to each other, you got this system, right? The lower middle one.
So, yeah. So, and also the middle system. This drawing doesn't do it very much justice. But when you get these, they have these 2 thin bars that come down. The drawing kind of shows that.
There's one outside. We can take a field trip.
Yeah, if you want to, we can take a field trip. We're not going to though. But nice try. But. They are, not only is that material almost always thinner and easier to cut and then steal the bicycle, but also you have varied lengths or varied widths for the actual wheels, and that makes that hard to use. I spent a lot of years biking around the city, so sorry. I guess this is my tree, so anywho. Do you have other questions, Roger? I'm sorry, I did not mean to jump in like that.
I'm going to go with what the experts say on this one and go with what's written here. I think it looks good, and I think it's a good idea.
Just as another element here, we talked about age-restricted development. I had another affordable developer tell me that for supportive developments, and I don't want to make us tier into kind of another use case, but supportive developments, it was specifically an affordable project that focused on veterans and homeless. And he said, look, we had to build all this bike parking and no one ever uses it. Maybe we don't want to go down that track, but did that get brought up at all for any of the affordable developers, any of the considerations about bike racks? Was that ever raised as a barrier or an issue?
Trying to remember. Seems like so long ago. Sorry. I have to look and.
Well, anyway,
tell you the answer to
that would be my only comment, is if they've presented any barriers or certain types of affordable developments where we might do something like we did here with age restricted to lower the requirements if we anticipate that population won't use it as much. Something to consider. Thanks.
Okay. I'm going to jump in real quick. I am so sorry. I'm not trying to nitpick your point because it's going to come off like that's what I'm doing, and I'm not. It's just I used to work with a lot of veteran care. I can absolutely see a circumstance where there might be a population that's not going to use it, especially because of high wheelchair use or high knee issues, et cetera. Unfortunately, with those kind of projects, population changes, sometimes maybe even a little faster than it would with other units. I'm trying to say this as delicately as possible. So in that instance, you don't know the population you're getting. So while yes, you might not have a lot of bike users at first, you also might have a population shift where riding a bike is part of the physical therapy they're doing. So we should keep in mind, maybe it's not as much, but keep it so that it can balance out both ends. Is the only thing.
No, and like I said, it was anecdotal from what I've heard, so I'm supportive with keeping things the way they are.
So the answer is yes, I did get pushback from affordable housing developers. They did not like the restricted racks. Sorry. Yes.
Can I make some points on different sections of bicycle parking away from the rack design?
Absolutely.
Okay. So the acceptable parking facilities at 229, we're saying a fenced area that's covered and lockable, a controlled access bike room or bike lockers, and I understand those from a security perspective. I'm curious though, especially when we're talking about space efficiency to allow for maximum affordable units, is there a way to include the possibility that if there is a controlled access car garage, it could also include, say, a bike rack at the top of everyone's parking spot?
As long as they didn't have to lift, because the key is we have
Well,
to
you're not
be-
lifting your car into the garage.
No,
so
no, I mean,
you're-
like, if your bike space is on top of your, am I not understanding?
I'm saying if you've got however big we're saying parking spots have to be, if the 2 feet at the top of the key is a bike rack, and then you pull your car up to your bike, and all your vehicles are in one place.
I'd bring that to Bjorn to ask him. That's what I do with all my bike questions.
Okay.
'Cause
I
he's
just
the
want to.
guru.
I'm sort of circling
Yeah,
the drain
I mean, I
here on
can-
like. I appreciate the spirit of what PBAC has built in here, but I don't want to be so restrictive that other meaningful pro bike ideas are not doable. That being one of them. Storing your bike near your car if your car is also locked safely. I have more. The line for allowing bikes on balconies, I don't remember where that is. If we're saying that the building management has to allow the bike storage in the unit or the balcony, we also might need to consider mandating that bicycles are allowed in the elevators. Because if you want to store your bike in your apartment, but you can't roll it through the building because they're being stingy about the carpet or the elevator walls, there you have it.
That has happened to me. So yeah.
Same.
Is there consensus on that from the other commissioners?
Well, I think that was only an option, so that wasn't ever counted towards the bicycle requirement. It was just like if you want to. So I think because it's optional, I don't know if we should mandate that the elevators have to be a certain size to accommodate bicycles. I think that's a very expensive proposition for a developer. That's all.
It's a shall that they be allowed on the balconies. It is in there as a shall. So they have to allow the bike parking on the balcony or in the unit.
But then how do they get the bike up there?
Yeah. So that's why it would make sense to add the elevator. Like they have to be allowed.
Yeah.
Unless you're going to push it up the stairs, but then that's not accessible.
Well, so then are we requiring elevators in even like 3-story buildings?
I think they are required. If I mean, I'd have to ask the building inspector. I think that if
I think it's
you're-
over 3 stories.
Is it over there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I was just going to add for purposes of where there is elevators, those have to be to fire code, and that requires them having emergency personnel and gurneys and whatnot. And so I would assume that would accommodate a bike in that space as well.
So then maybe it's adding in buildings that have elevators, bicycles are allowed in the elevators, and in all buildings, they are allowed within interior hallways.
Yeah, it's just making sure that they're not stingy about cleaning. That's really what we're getting at, because I guess we've both we've both been in the situation of the elevator could fit the bike. That was not the problem. It was the, how dare you track your mud on our carpet? That was the issue. Yeah.
Okay, so is there consensus on that?
So we're just consensus about allowing transport through an elevator and interior space? Sure.
Just making sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we'll earmark talking with Bjorn about how to accommodate
Yeah.
combo bike storage.
Okay.
Does anybody else have bike related? I personally was pretty happy with this section, so I was really here to defend the choice of the four. But beyond that, does anybody have more questions related? Okay. Well, with that, we'll then move, unless you have more on your topic list, we'll move to the catch-all.
Integrated pest management was still there.
Integrated pest management. How could I forget integrated pest management? All right. We'll move to integrated pest management.
Okay, so I'm like, how do I talk this without being preachy? Here we go. So, integrated pest management. This is a growing requirement in many jurisdictions that, as you're managing your particularly landscaping, that you're doing it in a way that does not involve the immediate use of chemicals and toxic materials. And so the idea is to limit that. The requirement is that let me get to the requirement. Landscaping. Oh, it's just there. Here we go. Okay.
393.
Thank you. I'm getting there. Okay. So the requirement is that an integrated pest management plan that provides for zero use of chemical pesticides, herbicides, fertilizers, or other synthetic chemicals shall be included with the landscaping plan and implemented. I don't know how much you want me to say about it, but I did get pushback from some of the landscape architects on requiring this. So I wanted to share that, but I will let you guys ask questions or.
Was the pushback just based on it being zero use of pesticides? Or is pushback of having a plan at all?
I think it was the plan and how the execution of it and concern about that. So.
I'm gonna start asking questions. How common I haven't really seen in past projects a lot of pest management come up. How common is an integrated pest management plan for some of our projects? Or is this just a step in the process that we normally don't see?
It's not something that, I don't know if it's ever something that gets conditioned in. It's definitely just, again, it's about protecting people from chemicals.
Yeah.
There's, glyphosate is a really common thing. You can buy it in any store and you can use unlimited amounts of it. Same thing with things like rat poison and any number of chemicals. And they're cheap and prolific, and so they tend to get overused and they expose people to harmful chemicals. So in my opinion, it's an environmental justice thing when you talk about affordable housing. So is it common? Are other people necessarily doing it? Not necessarily. I mean, it's,
I just wanted to know I just wanted to understand the pushback in the context of, is this a thing that they're doing all the time and they're just looking for any opportunity not to, or is this just something that might be new to them? That's all. I absolutely agree with you that this is not only needed, but something the county's been pushing to do with zero pesticide ordinances all throughout. And so I have no issue with that at all. I just wanted to understand why pushback on what is frankly a commonly smiled upon issue at this point here. So
it makes maintenance harder
yeah.
and more expensive. And I think that that's typically why you get pushback on it. That's my understanding, is just that it's more expensive and it's labor intensive.
Which implies they would go out and get the rat poison and the everything else if not given the restriction. Yeah. All right. Okay. Other questions? I'm sorry.
Do we have any broader standards for even discretionary projects when it comes to IPMP? I know we do a kind of on city properties, but
Not that I'm not aware.
I can offer that it comes up kind of case by case on development projects, especially when we're in riparian areas or we're doing restoration work or ongoing activities in and near. There'll be built-in mitigation measures that prohibit certain things proximate to sensitive habitat and resources.
I'm thinking, Darren, with the LabCon, didn't we condition that, right? Yeah.
okay, thanks.
Curious if there's any other examples of other municipalities that have successfully defended this in their ODS.
I don't know offhand.
Okay.
Okay. Well, if there aren't any questions, I'll kick off just for feedback. I very much support having an integrated pest management plan and agree with you that this is absolutely an environmental justice issue. And frankly, the kind of pushback you're getting probably speaks to exactly why we need it. Let's start with Darren.
Yeah, I didn't intend to raise my hand, but yeah, I think supportive of an IPMP here. I think it's worth exploring a broader city standard as well. So thanks.
No, I really support this. I think the chemical burden on our communities, and especially communities that would be living in affordable housing areas, really deserve extra protection. And I think this is something that is, should be definitely integrated into our objective design standards. And I think our city is doing this with some of our parks, or and I know our city schools have been doing it too for a while now. So I think this is a really good thing.
I'm supportive of it.
I'm supportive of it and would encourage staff to consider what other areas of our code would need to be in place for the and implemented to have teeth.
Yeah. Well, with that, we have covered, I think, the last of the list of topics that staff had requested.
Okay.
Just gonna ask Heather, were there other specific topics you wanted us to cover? If not, we'll do kind of a catch-all for each of the commissioners, but,
Yeah, let's go for that.
okay. I'm gonna start with, I'm just gonna call name by name to see if there's any questions, concerns, changes outside of the topics we've already covered. I'll start with Jessica.
I have a few, yes.
Go ahead.
One, which we haven't talked about yet, is in open space section 8. And I don't know the line number quite yet. About outdoor seating. If someone can beat me to it. Oh, here we go, 413. I think the ratio of outdoor seating is too high with 1 seat per 3 units or 1 bench per 4 units. I did some back of the envelope math, and if you've got a 60-unit building, you're going to be required to have 1,500 square feet of open space by the 25 square feet per unit in section A. And that 60-unit building with 1,500 square feet of open space is going to need to have 20 seats or 15 benches in what could feasibly be a 15-foot by 100-foot open space, and that feels excessive. So I haven't done the math to say what it ought to be, but I think our current ratio is too high, and I also think that the bench should be at least 2 people, because maybe you make a bench that seats 3 or 4 people. So I'm happy to leave it to you to tweak that.
Yeah, and I was looking at that, and I appreciate the feedback. Would you, the other option I was thinking might be worth considering is number of benches per 100 square feet. So instead of saying per unit, saying like, seating for a minimum of 2 adults per 100 square feet of open space. Or is that, we could go from there.
I'm gonna look to our senior advocate to see how that sounds to folks who might be doing some sitting in open space, not to generalize.
Standard that has to do with trails and pathways where there's a bench every, I don't remember what the standard is, there's a bench every, but it seems like 2 benches in 100 square feet is not very many. You go for a walk with 3 of your best friends, but 2 of them can't sit down.
Yeah. I think we just need to think about it more. Like I said, I don't have the math for you tonight, but 1 seat per 3 units the math didn't math for me.
This might be an example where a diagram to actually lay out what that spatially looks like might be beneficial, just to, because I see our senior advocate's point. I also very much see your point of this does feel like a lot, but it's also great to see it spatially and just to keep in mind how many people might be moving together.
Right. And maybe it's tiers, maybe it's when it's 2 to 20 units, you need this many. When it's, because like at a certain point, if you're getting to, my rough math was at 60 units, like it just gets to be aggressive. So that was one. We talked about window shades, we talked about vinyl. Oh, yes, another thing that will be relevant to the senior stakes. On building design, section E, ground floor residential on arterial roadways. I would like to strike option 1, being a finished floor height of at least 24 inches above grade of the public sidewalk, because that is necessitating steps on what is otherwise ground floor residential and will undo what I think is a good opportunity for a mobility unit. So I don't want us to have that option for differentiating the ground floor residential, and would encourage consideration of new additions into that section, potentially lighting, potentially an awning, like borrow from entryway section 2 to try and differentiate that ground floor residential without adding steps.
So the idea was that there could be a ramp. I mean, that was kind of, I mean, they'd still have to meet ADA, so a ramp might be there. But if the commission would like, everyone would like us to remove that grade change, we can strike that if that's the.
Oh, I kind of like it. I like the differentiation, if we can still accommodate the ADA requirements. I think it looks nice and it looks like a neighborhood. If we can meet the ADA requirements, right? That was the only problem that you had with it.
Yeah, and I think we just would benefit from more options. We've got 4 here versus the entryway differentiation for the entrance emphasis, we've got 10. And I think that ground floor residential 2, 3, and 4 are requiring a fair bit of space to make it work. My concern is that someone's going to say, great, I'll throw 2 steps on it, or I'll throw a little ramp on it, and I've met this. And they aren't going to want to pay for landscaping strips and walls. But so that's where I'm like, maybe we can add an inset option, an awning option, a trim option, something that'll differentiate it, but potentially require less footage.
So the impetus for this is a little different than the entrance articulation. The impetus of this is to sort of provide some separation from the units that are on these arterial roads from, the public sidewalk where you're, have a high traffic area. So the idea was, there's, and I forget which is the one that doesn't have it, but there's a development in Petaluma where, they have a bunch of these doors that are at ground level at sidewalk, and the doors just open right onto the sidewalk, and there's sort of an odd sense of like, where's the public realm end? Where does this person have their space? Whereas, if you look at that PEP project that has that beautiful salmon color, they have that low wall with some trees. So even though it's right on a busy road, there's that very clearly like, this is our housing space back here. And so ironically, this actually came originally from another thing where it was like, okay, you could, do the raised up, create that nice porch thing. And then because we wanted to add in other options, we had several. There originally was an option to do the bollard lighting as a separator. And I'm trying to remember why that came out. And I don't want to throw another department under the bus if I can't remember for sure. But I know there was a reason that came out. But we can add it back in as an option. And then if it's a problem, then, they just won't be able to do that. But it was also recommended to, let's see. No, that was for a different one. Okay.
Just to add a little context and looking through some examples for some of these objective design standards in other cities, adjacency to a roadway, their only option is that finished floor height adjustment. So I like that we have more options, but yeah, I think if we can find more options that get into the vein of the design element we're trying to achieve, more options is always better.
Yeah, I think a recessed door could do a lot to delineate what is public space versus someone's private residence. So I'd consider perhaps thinking through that addition. And I think that might be it. I say very hesitantly. Oh, sorry, I lied. Entryway, we've got 10, and I wanted to add an 11th of changing the paving surface material as an entryway, because you could have like some really nice tile that shows that this is the building's entrance. And they have to pick 3, so I think that could be added as an 11th.
Consensus?
Yeah, it's certainly worth looking at.
Okay.
And is that all for now?
Yes.
Okay. Roger.
Yes. Just a few things, but on page 6, you put that image on the screen, is it possible? Could you put that image on the screen?
On page 6 or slide 6?
Page 6.
Okay, hold on just a minute.
So that's circulation and access.
Yep, okay, hold on. What's on? Okay,
Yeah. And this relates to my comment about a site plan that represents more of the nature of what we're dealing with. My sense is that there would be some big buildings here with maybe 20 units per building and 20 entry points per building, and some are public streets, some are private streets, some are alleys, but this doesn't really represent the nature of the project that we're talking about, although I understand it works for pedestrian crossings, but it's not in a project that will happen. So I guess I'm trying to get something more realistic that you can use and then use it several times for different points. So it's the same ingredient that we're trying to refer to. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Okay. The other is figure. This is page 14, which is landscaping, 7, landscaping.
I'm sorry, what? Which one?
7, landscaping. Can you show that on the screen?
So, let's see.
It's the tree on page 14, Heather.
I'm sorry. Oh, okay. I don't have that one in the slide presentation. Hold on, let me. Okay, hold on a second. Here we go. Not that one. This is going to take me a minute to pull it up here for you.
For everyone listening at home, we will be getting elevator music next meeting.
Here we go. Okay. Did I just pass by it? Nope, it's. There we go.
Got it.
Yeah, under tree planting, item 3, tree planters shall include root barriers and surface grades when planted adjacent to sidewalks and pavement. If it's adjacent to a sidewalk, I don't think you need a tree well or a grate. If it's in the sidewalk, it's a different question. So I guess I would hopefully have more parkways than tree grates. Urban condition, I understand tree grates, but in residential, unless it's a very crowded sidewalk, or it doesn't seem like it's justified. So it's just a question, I mean, do we really want to cover that, or can we? I mean, I don't think we want to require tree grates for all trees in public right-of-way.
Well, this isn't public right away. This is on the private property.
Adjacent to sidewalks and pavement. All right, so it's private right-of-way, private parkway owned by the project. So if it's in the parkway, I don't think you need a tree grate.
Okay, is that,
I was going to say, I think tree wells feel like a more public right-of-way use
Okay.
case.
yep. I can-
I think we should highlight that. Like I said, I think there are some other engineering solutions if it will go against pavement, but if it's just on private property, I think we might not need a planter box. I mean, just have it planted in the ground.
Yeah, I mean, it requires a grate if there's pedestrian traffic that's crowded and needs to walk on it, but otherwise, I'm not sure it requires.
Yeah. I mean, this can come out if you guys want it to come out. Again, I was kind of on the fence of whether to take it out or not, and I was just trying to kind of stick with consistency, but I'm happy to.
I don't disagree with the root barriers, I'm just talking about the tree grate.
Okay. Yeah.
And then that section kind of shows some odd vertical curbing that goes down besides the tree, which I'm not sure is real. You see the 6-foot minimum?
Yeah.
You're not going to have vertical curves like that.
Okay.
Okay. On page 16, lighting, it seemed like the goal is not to have the light source in your face, either a pole or bollard. So if you could just cover that with, say, a full cutoff fixture, and leave it at that. I mean, a 36 high fixture can be a real problem to have the light source not in your face.
Yeah.
But if it's a full cutoff fixture, then it improve that. But I think the goal is to not have the light source visible. So I think the way to describe that is a full cutoff fixture. And then the last one is on page 19, which is the occupied roof area. I guess my concern is that this is a private roof deck, right? And the ability I'm not sure why we want a hedge up there or planting, but being able to control the maintenance or upkeep or leakage or anything like that is difficult. And I'm not sure why we want that or what we're trying to achieve, if it's softening the balcony or softening the edge or what the purpose is, but I wonder if you want to require planting and planters. They're expensive, waterproofing, weight. I'm not sure where it came from.
So typically speaking, if you have an occupied roof and that's going to be the open space for that building, the idea is the planters provide some green space. So there's the plants, and then there's also some benefits to having plants on the roof that provide some cooling impacts as well, and some absorption of water. But again, it's up to the consensus of the commission if you want to have or not want to have. So
Given that it's affordable housing, this is a very expensive thing to do because you have to waterproof it and structural, and you need irrigation access to it. And then I think 80% of the time, eventually it'll die, and people don't want to take care of it, and you got a mess up on the roof that you don't control. So I'm just wondering if it's a good idea. That's all.
well, and if at the same time, if you're able to develop more of your site with 3 or 4 stories in what would be otherwise open space and put your open space on the roof, and that is a trade-off that's viable, then it may be expensive to add the waterproofing, but if it's just an option that's out there. It's a conceivable option. So the idea is designing for what's conceivable. But again, I'm happy to have feedback from the commission on whether you
Just the
guys-
question of whether we want to require it. If you don't require it, then it doesn't matter. Okay, that's it.
Can I ask a question about this one? Could it be that the usable common open space as required at 410 at 25 square feet per unit is the roof? That's the developer could fulfill usable common open space with an open roof deck that is open to all of the residents? Okay, then I think we have to keep planting. The occupied roof is always going to be public for the residents. It won't be unit 34B's rooftop. It'll be the entire building's rooftop. So I think,
Okay, I misunderstood.
so then, yeah, I think I would bump it to 20. If an open space could be a roof, I don't want it to just be blank and then a couple planter boxes. That's not a very enriching open space for residents. So maybe we need to actually beef up what the occupied roof looks like if it's going to be ticking that box.
And just to be clear, it's not common in Petaluma. It's conceivable, and it is common in other places where that's the open space.
That being said, if we do get somebody who looks at this, doesn't want the open space requirement, and goes, oh, great, I can put some planters up there. It's a park. And then they're only, especially in the example that I think you laid out earlier, where it's surrounded by other buildings or homes and just this in the middle, we'd be doing them a great disservice not to have had more requirements for green activity on the roof. If it's going to replace their open space requirement.
Yeah, if it's going to be an occupied roof. And again, that's like once you're making it an occupied roof, you've already increased your cost because you're you have different standards than if it's just a regular roof, because supporting people.
Well, right, but
Yeah.
is what I'm saying is they don't have to do an occupied roof. They could just do the open space. So if they're going to do the occupied roof and have it replace the open space, then they should have to provide more life on the roof and activity than just some planters in the corner. And I agreed, it is more expensive, but it'd be one thing if we were requiring occupied roofs, but we're not.
I'm not a building materials expert either, but you could knock out a fair bit of your 25 square feet per unit on the roof. And now you've got a little patch of playground, a little patch of grass, and a pretty barren roof, and so you've made your open space requirement. So, yeah, can we brainstorm what occupied roof enrichment could look like?
I wonder if we want that.
Oh, maybe we say occupied roof cannot count towards your common open space? That's an idea.
Heidi?
Well, I personally think we should be able to count it, but it should have to be more than just 10% planters. We should have standards for it, like you have to have benches, and you have to have this, and you have to have irrigated plants, and have it be like a real outdoor space, not just, a concrete roof with, planters in the corner that are dead. So maybe we could look at having some standards for that, if they're going to use it as their open space requirement.
I was just scrolling through because I suspected some of this was covered, but call this simplistic in terms of brainstorming, but we have requirements in place for what open space should look like on the ground. Minus maybe putting several large trees up there, although if feasible, we should do it at this point. But in terms of like plants, benches, spacing, all of that, we have those standards elsewhere. Can't we refer to that with some modification for pathing on the roof? If they're going to use it as their actual open space. So if they're going to say it's a playground, it has to be a playground. If they're going to say it's a garden, it's got to be, you know what I mean? No, that, as it came out, it did occur to me, a kid on the swing on the roof is a horrible idea. But fine, if they're going to claim it's a basketball court, it better be a basketball court. If they're going to claim it's a garden, it better be a garden. That's what I'm getting at.
Sure. Let me see if I can rework on this.
All right. I'm so glad that was recorded. Okay. Did you have more, Roger? Okay. Heidi.
Okay, thank you. I just have some questions or ideas that I got maybe from some of the other objective design standards that I reviewed, that I was wondering if maybe it was here and I missed it, or maybe if we could include it, or what your thoughts are on it. There were some, I read about these mid-block breaks for buildings over 200 feet. Is that something that is included in here, or that we can include?
That if that's something there's consensus on, we could include something that says for developments over 200 square feet, a break is required between buildings. I mean, if that's something you want
I don't
to
know if it
include.
was 200 square feet. I think it was like 200
200
linear feet.
linear feet, yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
If it's more than 200 linear feet.
To have some sort of mid-block break. I just thought I saw that in another municipality's code, and I thought that was a good idea.
Is that a consensus that?
And for mid-block break, do you mean change in plane, or is that?
I think they had, it was like, little like, what are they? Courtyards and things like
walkway or
that,
a
walkways, yeah.
I mean, it's essentially requiring that you don't have a building that's longer than 200 feet. Because so what we have is, what we've discussed is there's a 30% setback on the building. So this wouldn't, this would be if you're talking about something longer, that you wouldn't have contiguous development longer than 200, and that if it's going to be a certain, is it 250 or is it 200?
It said 200 in this one. I think this might have
Yeah.
been Santa Rosa design standards. It's really just to break up the monotony,
Yeah.
you know, to have like some interest. You walking around and
Yeah, I'm
you have
supportive of that, yeah.
mhm.
Yeah, I think that could work, though. I wonder if we've maybe already got it in all these blank wall provisions.
Not
No?
necessarily.
Okay, cool. Yeah, do it.
So is that 3, 4 yeses? Roger?
Okay. The other thing was, and we may have had this somewhere else, was blank walls are limited to less than 20 feet. Was that somewhere that we had that?
Ours, what we have, there is a limit on, let me get, okay, hold on. Okay, wait, it's very specific, it's in facade design. Okay. And,
Inactive frontages,
thank you, yes. It's
F. No more than 50 along primary facade shall be occupied by inactive frontages. But then there was another place where you could make it a mural or something, and
No. Okay. All right. That fits then. Thank you. Okay.
or I guess that's fencing.
What was it?
The mural thing is for
Was
fencing.
yeah.
Oh.
And that was, yeah.
Yeah, it's no more than 50 feet may be occupied by an inactive frontage on the primary, sorry. No more than 50 feet along the primary facade shall be occupied by inactive frontages.
Oh, yeah, I don't think that's what this was talking about. I think this was just a blank, like,
Yeah.
mass of 20, wall.
So what we had was articulation and massing requirements and you might be looking at Milpitas, and that was originally what we had started with our architectural stuff. And that was kind of what got tossed out the window because it was basically the architects were like, this is a no-go, and instead recommended the 30%. And definitely the point was taken. It wasn't like, oh, they just told us to and we did, but they provided that feedback. And as we were looking at different massing breaks and how that plays out, it does not ensure good design. And I don't know that you ever can for sure ensure good design. And good design also is subjective, so it changes depending on what era you're in and whether you're looking back or looking forward. It's very complicated. But when you say, okay, you have to have the pop out every 20 feet, or it has to be recessed, or you have to have, that was originally what we were looking at. And basically you end up with a lot of sometimes chaotic structures as opposed to having something that's just has a nice looking, clean, well-balanced design. So that was why we went with the 30% has to be, and however that comes out, it allows for the creativity. It gives several methods to achieve that with,
So given the 30%, it's unlikely we'll have massive like walls of just nothing, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. That's, I think, what we all want to avoid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That sounds like that's the default. And that's good. Let's see. The other one I read about was this, I don't know how applicable this would be to Petaluma, but who knows? They were talking about screening for structured parking. So if we had structured parking, would there be some sort of screening requirement for it?
Sorry. What we required with the structure parking is that it has to have the same, where is it? How do we say it?
Line 192 is parking screening.
Yep. So parking structure facing the primary or secondary street frontage shall comply with the facade design requirements. So it's that same, it has to have
it still
that
needs to
same-
look the way the rest of it does. Oh, okay, good. Okay, excellent. Okay. Let's see. That's about all I had. The other comment that I had was maybe recommend, I don't know if going forward, we can solicit input from the Senior Advisory Committee on things
Yes.
like this?
For sure.
Okay, thanks. Sorry.
Darren?
Perfect. So I'll just run down my list in order. Page 6, line 158, it starts circulation and access. Is it possible, building on Dwayne's public comment, is it possible to include something about adjacency to a major transit center or necessitating connections? Because we call out in the early part of this document the importance of building upon, transit-oriented design, and that's the only place it's mentioned. Line 58 on page 3, it says, easy to navigate by walking, bicycling, and public transit. Is there any way you think to reflect that in the circulation element of, look, if you're adjacent, thinking of the Corona developments in particular, if you're adjacent to a transit center, you have to provide connection, much like we do with sidewalks elsewhere in this document. Is something like that possible?
Well, what kind of connection are you thinking, like beyond the pedestrian bicycle
Pedestrian
access
bicycle
throughout?
access. Yeah.
Because, they basically, let me see if there's something I need to add to transit access. Because sometimes what you think you wrote isn't exactly what you wrote. And so you're like, well, of course that's what I, like, the idea is you have to have a pedestrian and bicycle walkway that's specific to the public right-of-way. So in theory, that should take you to the public transit. But then whether there's something additional that's needed, let me look at it and figure
Okay,
out.
I'll just plant that seed and we don't have to
Yeah.
get to it now, but I'll put that in there. Page 8, lines 200 to 202. And this is under Part E there, landscaping, and it talks about residential parking areas for more than 4 cars and parking lots in commercial and industrial zones shall be screened from the street right of way through use of decorative walls, fences, and or landscaping. Would it make sense to put a height on that, 42 inches, like through the rest of the document? Just kind of a small consistency point there. And then I think most everything else has been answered. A question you had brought up, landscaping as a barrier, as a fencing option. In my mind, it's implicit that if landscaping was used as a barrier and for some reason it had to be removed in kind of the circumstances you described, I would assume they would have to be replaced with something of like character, whether that's an additional landscaping barrier or a fence or something. Okay, so that's not a big issue, right? Because I saw people commented on the impermanence of landscaping. My assumption was, well, if you rip out the landscaping or it dies, you'll have to replace it.
Yes, it's just hard to control that down the road.
Sure.
And so that's why it's just a consideration. So
Okay, got it. And then on page 16, lines 456 through 457 on lighting, wondered if we could do anything to make stronger on lighting along creeks and rivers. It says to face away from the waterway and habitat areas. We use lumens and directional angles, degrees on some of these other. Is there any kind of more robust protection to say, look, nothing, it wouldn't be 90 degree, I guess 180 degrees, kind of reaching over into the creek or habitat? Or if it's like a lumen measurement, something like that to get specific, I think would be great instead of just facing away.
sure.
And then, this is page 16. I lost line numbers there. So
Yeah,
page
sorry.
16, no worries. Near the bottom. And this is, I don't want to get too lost in this, but section 10D3, if there is no existing pathway up or down the river from the project site, the new pathway shall be connected to the publicly accessible sidewalk via a public pathway on the site. And maybe I had misread this before, but there was an issue with the River City Apartments, the nice salmon color pet building on Petaluma Boulevard, where they had to make a public accessible sidewalk there, but there was no connection on the adjacent parcel. And so, they felt like, I guess if there's no connections there, Do we want that requirement in there?
So, you know, this is always the challenge of the way that, you know, across the US, how we fund public improvement through development is that you frequently end up with the sidewalk that seems like it's never going to go anywhere because sometimes can be a very long time before the neighboring parcels are done or before something happens that forces a municipality to actually go through the process of developing, you know, street improvements or, you know, themselves, or not forces them, but creates the circumstances there.
Yeah.
And so, you know, as a professional planner, I would never say it's okay to not require those connections, because if you don't do it when the property is being developed, it may never happen. So it may be a long period of time when it seems like the connection isn't there or ever going to happen, but the idea is if you don't do it then, you know, when the neighboring parcel develops, then that's going to be the one with nothing, you know, the sidewalk
okay.
nowhere.
No. So I don't want, that makes total sense. Just got brought up by a developer, so I wanted to get it out there, and that's a great answer. And then on page 19, we'd already talked about rooftops. Something I noticed in Milpitas that I'm a huge fan of is in their design standards, they talk about green productive roofscapes. And now this is a square footage requirement where suddenly roofs, I think it's over 5,000 square feet, have to be green roofs, and they're talking about trees and plantings and photovoltaic panels. That would be a pretty big departure from what we have here and would seem to be adding a lot for an affordable project. But yeah, I guess anything we can do in that vein to make more green productive roofscapes, it doesn't have to look like exactly what they're laying out. But I would definitely second that. I've written down in my notes, you know, for occupied roofs, at least 25% kind of planters or vegetation, or maybe we think of like another coverage metric. But yeah, strengthening that as much as possible. And if we want to go crazy and require green roofs, you know, that would be great. But I don't know if it's realistic. So.
I just had a question to Darren. There's a river enhancement plan, or river, is that what it's called, river enhancement? Can we just refer to that? Because that requires trails and all kinds of things on the river's edge. It seemed like that should be part of the guidelines.
So there are some standards in the River Enhancement and Access Plan, and the ones that are shalls are required, but what we did was we took the things that were shoulds in the River Enhancement and Access Plan, because should is non-binding, so they don't have to follow it. And we turned them into shalls, and that's what's in this document, are the things that are shoulds that are now shalls in here, if that makes sense. So it's why the river section it seems a little choppy, is because this was just shoring up what's not a shall in the River Enhancement Access Plan.
But in the river enhancement plan update for the general plan, it should be a required element.
Yes, and I think there is an understanding that the River Enhancement Access Plan is a very successful document, but it's also very old. And so there's definitely, you know, the need to look at it and determine whether it needs to get updated, specifically the shoulds and shalls.
And as far as I understand the usage for the objective design standards, the river enhancement shalls that are currently in there and our shalls will be binding
They
for these
apply.
projects as well.
Yes.
So it's like
Yes.
we're referencing both. Okay.
Okay, well, at this point, most of mine have been covered. The one thing I was going to add that didn't, and it doesn't even dig too much into any text or line changes. One thing I saw that the city of Santa Barbara did with their objective design standards that I think might be helpful here, and feel free to tell me that it's too much for this time, but it's part of where I got the idea for the facade bank from originally with the overhangs. They had for whether it was, some of this was for commercial versus multifamily, but for their objective design standards, they had a full suite of bank options that folks could look at for not to limit creativity, but to be able to keep a certain sense or feel based on location in the city. And that might be something that we can apply just to allow for not only kind of guide the design to look a little bit more like what we expect here, but also to keep in mind the different segments of the town that these projects end up going into. So just added a lot of variety. I don't know if that makes sense, but thank you. I can send it to you. With that, okay, I can't believe I'm saying this. It's 9:57. I think we have gotten to the end of our feedback for this round of objective design standards. Thank you very much, Heather, for sticking with us for all of this. Technically speaking, I really just want to adjourn, but I will keep going through the agenda as we're supposed to. I will close item 2. We'll now move into commission comment. I'll invite commissioners to present. Darren, I will start with you.
I'll leave trees to Roger. For PBAC, we talked about the active transportation master plan, held a public workshop. I think there's a lot of exciting developments there, especially with the map. I would encourage everyone to go online and look at the active transportation map, submit feedback, and the visioning, goals, and policy document, I think, is going to come before PBAC before too long, which will be great. And then at our last meeting was objective design standards, so nothing new to cover.
Heidi?
Nothing for me, thanks.
I will be brief. This is a state thing, but this is just as much for staff as for anybody who ends up watching this later. There has just been a shuffling for leadership in the assembly. The short of it is that pro-housing policy is likely to expedite dramatically this next session, especially around transit areas, especially around parking, and especially around city-oriented growth when you're talking about train stations. One member in particular who was appointed head of the transit committee has a big focus on train-related developments. I'll just phrase it that way. So we can expect probably more policies like SB 330 out of the next session, not less. It's something for all of us to keep in mind. Roger.
So the state's going to design the state, right?
I didn't say I agreed. I was just saying what's happening. That's all.
Tree Advisory Committee is what I report on. We had a fairly lengthy review with Ken Eggstadt on adding trees to their already under process road improvements. I think he added a total of 9 trees on several miles of road improvements. And we also discussed the replacement of 2 trees on Kentucky Street, which were diseased or broken, and agreed on replacing them with 2 sycamores. So a little bit of progress.
Nice. Jessica?
Nothing from me.
All right. And with that, I will close out commissioner comment and I will open staff comment. And I'd like to invite Olivia to provide the planning manager's report.
Thank you. I will keep it very brief. In case anyone hadn't noticed, Friday is December, and there are going to be 2 Planning Commission meetings in December on the 12th and on the 19th. There has been a quorum confirmed for those 2 public meetings, and the items will be bringing back the workshop that we had tonight, the objective design standards, for your consideration to forward on a recommendation to council. And the other thing will be the fairgrounds overlay. So we look forward to hearing that. And on the 19th, it will be the Spirit Living project that was last before the commission back in the summer of this year, 2023. That's it for me. Thank you.
I'm sure we will have a spirited debate. With that, if there are no commissioner comments or questions, I adjourn the meeting.